Hey, what's up, gamers? Dang, everyone knows so much more about this game than me. Hi, friends. How are you? Give me a minute and we're gonna play some Steins Gate. I still have 4 endings. I don't know why everyone thinks the game's done, because there's still a fuck ton left to do. But what do I know? I'm just the streamer. Anyways, I'll be right back. Hey, what's up, friends? I'm back. I had to get some water. I was a dumb idiot and forgot about it. Hey, Steins Gate. I'd like to finish this game so I can get it out of my life. Hold on a second. Let's get started. I don't think too many people like Steins Gate, so it's not my favorite game to stream, though I do like it a lot. It's just maybe not the most accessible thing to play a visual novel that lasts several dozens of hours that you have to be here for all of them. And there's a couple people that are super obsessed about this series that make it frustrating to deal with. Anyways, give me a second. Let me get the video game started. But this might be one of the last few Steins Gate streams. I have one branch on the right branch of the Astray Sheep side, 2 branches on the left-hand branch on the 0 Day Protocol side. There's a lot of video game left. So let's get started. The last chapter was so fucking cool that if you weren't here, I'm not going to talk about it because it doesn't matter. It's not going to be involved in any of tonight's stuff. I believe tonight's branch is going to be one of the stinkier ones that I just happened to miss my first time through by accident. I can't imagine it's any good because we already saw the good one. I'll have to figure out how the frick to get to it, though. Let me get the Steins Gate guide. No, get the frick out of here. I want the real Steins Gate guide. Oh, I gotta go to Steins Gate 0 patch to get in. Alright, if you're following along, I have the T8 route to do, whatever the hell that is, and I need to find my way there, so this might be a fun adventure. Continue. Load. Let's find one way back there. I need something from January 2nd. I think. How do I figure that out? Let's check this. I think that's it. What's today? What's today?
もしもし。
Was I supposed to answer the phone? Try to ignore calls from this point on. Oops. I think this was it. Right? Yeah, this is on the 2nd. Hey, Kurisu, what's up? Yeah, okay, so I just ignore this call, I suppose. Which I guess I didn't realize that I could ignore the last time through. So... Yep. Cancel that. Let's frickin' load the other one. I don't remember the buttons. Quick load. 7? Nope. 5. Back. The orbital eclipse. Alright, don't answer the phone. Just as I was about to put my phone back in my pocket, it rang. At first, I thought that Maho might have forgotten to tell me something. But when I saw the screen, I gasped.
おかり電話誰から
It's Joe. I stared at the screen, unable to answer. The phone kept ringing. What was the meaning of this? Why would Amadeus, who'd been taken over, be calling me? Was this some kind of trap? What should I do? Answer it? Or... I hesitated a moment, and the call from Amadeus ended. My phone fell silent.
何が起こって。
I'm surprised that I even had a choice there, because the last time that I was supposed to answer the phone, it didn't matter, but it kinda did. And right after that, I suddenly felt incredibly dizzy and everything went black.
これは。
That seems alright. Whatever.
アマデウスとサリエリ
Okay, yeah, I don't remember this one.
クリスと私その2つは私にとって特別な意味を持った対応だった
Hey, thank you for the resub.
ボルフガング・アマデウス・モーツァルト誰もが知っていて誰もが認める天才音楽家だ正式な名前はヨハンネス・クルゾストムス・ボルフガング・テオフィールス・モーツァルト
Jeez.
テオフィールスはギリシャ語で神に愛されたという意味モーツァルトはその言葉を気に入り同じ意味のラテン語アマデウスを通称にしたのだという彼は35年というその才能に対して悲劇的に短い生涯の中で600曲以上の傑作を後世に残したアマデウスは文字通り神に愛され天賦の才を与えられた特別な存在だったのだろうか私はそうは思わない確かに彼は天才だったけれどアマデウスにはアマデウスなりの努力と苦労があったに違いないどんなに素晴らしい原石を持って生まれたところで磨き上げなければ宝石にはならない彼の功績を天賦の才によるものと片付けてしまってはその努力と苦労に対して失礼だしかし それは同時にモーツァルトになるためには彼と同等の原石を持って生まれなければならないということではないだろうか。この世界にはそういう原石を持っている人がたくさんいる。マキセ・クリス、私にとってマキセ・クリスがそういう人物だった。彼女の佇まいを見れば彼女の才能を感じることができた。彼女の中から溢れ出るアイディアの数々にいつも刺激をもらっていた。彼女と共に研究ができることが私には誇らしかった。けれど彼女にとって私がどういう存在だったのか私は知らない。改まって聞くのも気恥ずかしかった。いつか何かのついでに聞ければいいなと思っていた。けれど2010年7月28日、マキセ・クリスはこの世を去った。彼女にとって私がどういう存在だったのか、それを知る機会は永久に失われた。ボルフガング・アマデウス・モーツァルト、生前彼を終生のライバルだと考えていた人物が彼のすぐそばで生きていた。その人物の名はアントニオ・サリエリ。ビクトル・コンドリア大学の学内ネットワークでの私のアカウント名サリエリは彼の名から取っている。クリスが亡くなった数週間後、研究所のネットワークシステムが更新され、その時につけた名前だ。生前クリスと共に開発し、今なお研究を続けているソフトウェアの名に対応させたかった。それ以上の意味はない。そのソフトウェアの名前はアマデウス。このニューラルネットワーク型人工知能に天才作曲家の名前を与えたのはレスキネン教授だ。当時私はそのネーミングをとてもいいアイデアだと思ったはずだし、今でもそう思っている。そう思っている。アマデウスとサリエリ、クリスと私、その二つは私にとって特別な意味を持った対応だった。私はマキセ・クリスが大好きだった。私はクリスを尊敬していた。私はクリスに憧れていた。私は
Hey, I did it. I got to the actual right branch. Good job. The sense of dizziness that I experienced so many times before slowly faded. I was standing in the middle of the room holding my phone. There was no question that was reading Steiner. The world line had changed, but why? What was the cause? Was it the message from Amadeus? No, I could worry about the cause later. For now, I needed to know what was going on. I looked around the lab. The place hadn't seemed to change much, but several people were missing. The missing ones were... Wait, hold on. When did this branch? Are they supposed to be here? Kade, Fubuki, and Ferris. Daru was sitting in front of his PC like always. And Mayuri was in the kitchen making instant coffee. Does this mean that this chapter is going to be about them? It's kind of nice while they were gone. She handed the steaming hot coffee to Maho, who was sitting on the sofa.
Maho-san, hi, coffee. 飲むと落ち着くよ。
ありがとう。いただくわ。
Maho. Maho was here at the lab. Before the world line changed, she would have been in her office at Wako City.
よく考えたら今朝から何も口にしていなかったわ。
あんなことがあったんだから無理もないよ。何か食べる？唐揚げとかバナナとかお菓子ぐらいしかないけど、それともお弁当を買ってこようかな。あ、ピザを取るのもいいかも。
ありがとう。でも大丈夫。そこまでお腹は空いていないから。それにあんなことがあった以上ホテルを変えないと。手続きが必要だろうからしばらくしたら戻るわ。
今日は休むべきじゃね？顔色も良くないし、なんならラボに泊まっていけばいいよ。ちょうど鈴葉もいないし、今なら貸し切りなけん。
I listened for a while, but all I learned was that something bad had happened to Maho and she was staying here for a while. Did it have something to do with Amadeus being taken over?
ヒアジョーさん、一体何があった？
Maho, Daru, and Mayuri all seemed stunned at the question.
何がって？
いや、状況を整理したくてな。アマデウスはどうなった？接続は回復したのか？
I tried asking, but Maho just frowned, as if she didn't know how to answer. Did that mean that Amadeus wasn't taken over at all in this world line? Oh, hold on. Let's see. The
桐生萌えか？
Why would she be sending me a Rhine?
そう。
I don't know. I don't remember anything that happened before this. Unfortunately, that was so long ago. I screamed when I realized that Moeko was right behind me.
どこから現れた？
I've been behind you the whole time. Sure, I may not stand out much, but seeing you look like you just ran into a ghost kind of hurts, you know.
ずっといたのか？
いた。
Did that mean I told Moeka she could come to the lab? What was going on here?
無人ってどういうことだ？
She was probably talking about the Brain Science Institute's office in Wako City. No one was there.
閉鎖してるから。
閉鎖？
I think in this world line, the office got ransacked, but I don't think her hotel room did yet. I think that happens later in the adjacent world lines, but not this one, but it did. Never mind. So that whole sentence made no sense. Moeka's finger raced over the phone. Hey, thank you for the Twitch Prime. See, there was a gas leak at the lab yesterday. The facility's been locked down until they determine the cause. Dr. Hyojo and Professor Leskinen have moved their lab to Tokyo Denki University in the meantime. Oh no! Like a boss.
ガス漏れ事故？昨日？
I didn't remember that. The world line change must have altered the past. Okay. Good enough.
それでヒアジョーさんはここに？
言ったでしょ。それもあるけど、今朝ホテルの部屋が荒らされたって。それでやむなく桐生さん経由で岡部さんに連絡を取ったのよ。忘れたの？
I would think in this one they probably lost the laptop since that didn't happen in the other ones.
よく無事だったな。泥棒とは出くわさなかったのか？
ええ、運が良かったわ。桐生さんのおかげとも言えるわね。不幸中の 幸い。
So that's how? I kind of understood how Maho had arrived
と
here.
ころでかがりはどうしてる？
Daru looked at me again, confused. But Mayuri smiled.
今頃岩手かな。家族の人に会えてるといいね。
Iwate. Why? Where did that come from?
家族の人が見つかったのか？
それでルカ君とルカ君のお父さんとあとすずさんと4人で会いに行ってるの。
鈴葉がついてるから大丈夫っしょ。
家族岩手。
Things have changed more than I imagined. If Kaguru was in Iwate, that meant that we hadn't been attacked last night too. So instead of attacking Kaguri, they hit Maho's hotel room. This was getting confusing. I knew it would make her think I was a weirdo, but I had Maho explain to me what happened once more. I've only played Steins Gate and Aegis Rim, and they're two of my favorite games ever. I don't know any other ones that involve time travel, but those are my favorites. From what she said, most of yesterday hadn't changed much. Maho, Daru, Fubuki, Kade, Nae, and I had all gone to Yanabayashi Shrine. Lukaku, Mayuri, Kaguri, Suzuha, and Feiris were all helping at the shrine in their priestess outfits. That fit with what I remembered. After that, we went to Lukaku's house and had a small New Year's party. And then Lukaku's father shared some surprising news with us. He found out that someone who might be a relative of Kaguri's lived in Iwate. Everyone was excited because if they found a relative, it might be the key to getting Kaguri's memories back. So early this morning, Lukaku and Suzuha went with them to Iwate. Meanwhile, Maho had gotten a call from Dr. Leskinen on her way back from the party. That's when he told her about the gas leak at the office in Wako City. One of the pipes on the floor had some sort of problem, and a small amount of poisonous gas had leaked out into the air. They didn't know what was the cause right now. Until they knew the cause, they decided to shut down the office for safety reasons. Depending on what they found, it could take anywhere from a week to a month to resolve the issue. Maho had a lot of work to do because of the office closure, and she was working until morning. Then she went back to the hotel and slept until she was woken up by a call around 10 a.m. Yeah, you know, the poisonous gas line.
そっか、今日は雑誌の取材があるんだったわ。でも着いたらスマホに連絡くれるはずじゃ。バッテリーが切れてる。昨日の騒動のせいでホテルに戻ってから充電するの忘れてたわ。
She'd fallen asleep without even changing her clothes. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and left the room wearing the same outfit she had on last night. She grabbed her bag, which held a bunch of documents in her computer since she thought she'd need it for the interview. In the end, that was what saved her.
それでロビーに桐生さんを迎えに行って、そこで少し話してから2人でまた部屋に戻ったの。そして部屋に入ったら、たった数分の間に空き巣が入り込んで部屋中を荒らし回った後だった。ご丁寧にベッドも枕もナイフで裂かれてて、部屋が綿まみれになってたわ。ダメね、私。気が動転しちゃって何もできなかった。
Afterwards, I called the front desk and then the police. This is kind of weird. I think this is the first time during like any of Steins Gate Zero where Moega's talked through her phone like she did in the last game. After the police got done with their questioning, Dr. Hyojo hadn't calmed down, so I decided to message you and have her rest at the
何
lab.
か盗まれたものは？
警察にも言われて確認したけど、特に何も取られていなかったわ。財布もバッグに入れてあったし。
部屋を開けている時間短かったから。
ええ、それで空き巣も長居できなかったのかもしれないわね。
ヒアジョーさんならまず狙われるのはお金とかよりも研究データとかじゃないか？
それも大丈夫。データや資料は全部大学のサーバーに入ってて、パソコンの中には何も残らないようにしてあるの。
あれは
あれって？
例のノートパソコンとハードディスク。
I didn't need to tell her what I was talking about. I didn't need to tell her that I was talking about the ones that had belonged to Carissa.
大丈夫。
Maho pointed to the bag sitting on the sofa.
それもバッグに入れっぱなしだったから。
そうか。
それにあれは仮に盗まれたところでパスワードがわからない限り中身を取り出すのは不可能よ。
空き巣の狙いは何だったんだろう。
産業スパイの類なら PC とか書類とかでしょうね。
オフィスのガス漏れの件は関係していると思うか？
さあ、どうかしら。
Maho's smartphone rang. It was plugged in at the corner of the room charging. Evidently, it had charged enough to turn back on. Maho, answer your phone. Put her cup of coffee on the table and stood up. Moeka looked at her, worried.
もう大丈夫。
ええ、ありがとう。
Maho took the phone from the charger and looked at it. But she quickly glanced back at me.
クリスからだわ。
Carissa. Did that mean that Amadeus hadn't been taken over? Maho answered the call, turning the phone so I could see it.
先輩、大丈夫ですか？
Well,
とかしてません？乱暴なこととかされませんでしたか？岡部？なんであんたが先輩と一緒にいるの？もしかしてあんたと先輩ってもうそんな仲なの？そんなんじゃないわ、クリス。今ラボにいるのよ。よかった。無事なんですね。ええ、だから落ち着きなさい。落ち着いていられるわけないでしょ。何回コールかけても繋がらなかったんですよ。ネットを検索したらホテルで空き巣があったみたいだし、それが先輩の部屋みたいだったし、とにかく心配したんです。オーケー、わかった。謝るわ。ごめんなさい。ありがとう、クリス。私は無事よ。空き巣に入られたのは本当だけど、鉢合わせはしなかった。今はここで休憩させてもらってる。スマホは充電を忘れて電源が落ちてたの。心配させたわね。いえ、何も起きていないならいいんです。
Carissa didn't seem to have changed at all. Maho explained the events of yesterday to her, the same way that she's explained them to me.
というわけで、特に盗まれたものはなかったのよ。
Carissa seemed to be lost in thought.
どうかした？
やっぱり犯人の狙いは研究データとかだったんでしょうか。
でもさ、犯人ってかなり詳しくマホタンのこと調べてるじゃん。泊まってるホテルの部屋も把握してたし、マホタンが部屋を出たと同時に侵入したわけだし、それなのにホテルに研究データを置いてないことを知らないなんてありえる？
となるとヒアジョーさんがバッグに入れていたノートパソコンを取るつもりだったかもしれないな。
でも それの存在って知っているのは先輩と私と岡部だけのはずよ。
あと僕も。
なるほど。俺かダルのどちらかが犯人じゃない限り、ノートパソコンを狙った物取りである可能性はないか。
もう一つ可能性があるとすれば、
Krisu put her finger to her temple.
私の制御コードかもしれない。
制御コード？それって管理者パスワードみたいなもの？
ちょっと違うわ。岡部には前に説明したわよね。アマデウスのシステムの中には私だけがアクセスできる記憶領域があるの。
ああ、秘密の日記のようなものだと言っていたな。
そう。内部外部を問わず、私に関するアクセスは常にその秘密の日記の中にログが残る。もし誰かが私の意思を奪って自由に制御するためにシステムを改造したとする。でも秘密の日記の中まではいじれないから、私は両者を比較して改造が行われたことを突き止め、元に戻せるわけ。
ああ、把握した。その秘密の日記を開ける鍵が制御コードなのか。
そういうこと。アマデウスのシステムやデータの管理責任者はレスキネン教授だけど、制御コードを知っているのはこの世界でただ一人、真帆先輩だけなの。
そうなのか。
ええ、クリスの言う通りよ。仮にその空き巣が私の研究成果を狙っていたのだとしたら、手に入れられるのはそれくらいね。
それは盗まれていないのか。
大丈夫よね、先輩。
ええ、制御コードはどこにもメモなんかしてない。
Maho pointed to her temple, just as Krisu had done.
私の頭の中にしかないから。
That seemed like a dangerous way to keep them stored, honestly. If the thief found that out, they'd come after Maho herself next.
しかし参ったわね。そうか、制御コードを狙ってるかもしれないのね。日本をすぐに離れるわけにはいかないけど、また襲われるのは避けたいわ。とはいえ、どうしたものかしら。
落ち着くまでラボにいるといいよ。それともマユシーのお家に来る？
ありがとう、まゆりさん。でもそこまで厄介にはなれないわ。
It hadn't happened in this world line, but I still found myself remembering the attack on Kaguri. Neither Mayuri's house nor the lab seemed safe.
それでみんなでうちに来たのかにゃ？
ああ、
An hour later, we all gone to Ferris's
みん
condo.
なで散々相談したんだが、フェイリスのマンションに数日滞在させてもらうのが最善なんじゃないかって。
なんと言ったらいいか。
Maho seemed hesitant, but Ferris crossed her arms and nodded, satisfied.
その結論は間違ってないにゃ。確かにこのマンションは万全のセキュリティで守られているから安全にゃ。それに黒木もいるし。
黒木？
さっき玄関で会った羊さんだよ。本物の羊さんなんだよ。
ああ、でもそれがどうしたの？
黒木さんは最強執事なんだ。
は？
I'll pass on explaining any more than that. Honestly, I don't know the details myself. I didn't think it was a good idea to ask him either. He's just an amazing guy, that's all.
フェイリスは全く問題なしにゃ。奥の客間を使うといいにゃ。数日と言わずマフニャンが日本に滞在している間はずっと泊まっていけばいいにゃ。
マホニャン？キリュウさん、何？
取材、私ヒアジョ博士に取材をしないと。
ああ、そうだったわ。今日は本来それをする予定だったのよね。日を改めて喫茶店かどこかで。ひらめいたにゃ。え？萌えにゃんも一緒にお泊まりすればいいにゃ。
萌えにゃん。
え客間は2人でも十分泊まれる広さがあるんやし、女の子がもう一人いればマホニャンも安心にゃ。それはそうかもしれないけど、萌えにゃんどうかにゃ。
萌えにゃん。
待てフェイリス、それは。
I was about to say that was dangerous. Kiryu Mueka could be around her. At least I still didn't trust her. But
それいいんじゃね？桐生氏って裏稼業に片足突っ込んでる関係で護身術も身につけてるって言ってたじゃん。でしょ？
一応。
僕やオカリンなんかよりよっぽど強いってことだ。
だが。
どうにゃ萌えにゃん。
構わない。
決まりにゃ。2人もいたらお邪魔じゃないかしら。全然気にしなくていいにゃ。フェイリスは一人っ子だったからお姉さんと妹ちゃんが増えたみたいで嬉しいにゃ。私は成人してるわよ。
in the end, my opposition to it was completely ignored. The next day was the last day of New Year's break. I came to Akihabara for the third day in a row. I wanted to visit Ferris's condo and check on Maho.
いや、違うか。桐生萌香の様子を確認するためだな。
Maho and Moeka had ended up staying together yesterday without anyone really thinking about it. Moeka would get to interview Maho, and Maho would feel better about having someone around, so this was probably the best option. But I knew something about Moeka that no one else did. Kiryu Moeka was around her. She didn't know self-defense. She knew how to kill someone if she needed to. But who would she try to kill? In this world line, I wasn't looking for the IBN 5100 or making a time machine. The Rounders were probably ignoring us.
理屈では分かっているんだが。
Even on the last day of vacation, Akihabara was as lively as ever. Hours were shorter than usual, but everywhere from the appliance stores to the maid cafes were still open. In fact, there were lucky bags and special New Year's sales that you could only get today, and some customers had come for those. The sidewalks were filled with girls in dazzling kimonos who'd come from the nearby shrine, as well as the usual Akihabara otaku. The place was even more chaotic than usual.
そういえば、メイクインも正月休まず営業中なんだよな。
Ferris and Mayuri both said that they were working there
じゃ
today.
あ、マンションにはあの二人しかいないのか。
Kuroki-san should be there too, I guess.
大丈夫だよな。
It was hard to imagine Moeka doing anything to Maho, like for example attacking her. Moeka had no reason to do that. But even if I knew that in my head, it didn't make controlling my emotions any easier. It bugged me enough last night that I'd barely been able to sleep. If I saw the two of them living together without any kind of problem, maybe I'd feel better. I hurried to Ferris's condo.
ようこそおいでくださいました、岡部様。
Kuroki, do you get new art? I don't feel like you look like that. Kuroki-san, the butler, welcomed me. Didn't he used to have like a mustache and he was like a little old man? Maybe I'm misremembering him. He still helped her in her work and was one of the few people that she trusted completely.
申し訳ありません。お嬢様は外出しております。
あ、はい、分かってます。ヒアジョーさんに会いに来たんですが。
お二人は客間にいらっしゃいます。どうぞお上がりください。
ありがとうございます。
それでは私はこれで。
Kuroki-san spun around 180 degrees with the same trained and effortless movement as always, then went to take the shortest path back to his room.
おっと。
He must have tripped because he staggered slightly and stopped.
失礼いたしました。私としたことが。
大丈夫ですか？
疲れているのかもしれません。お恥ずかしいところをお見せしました。
あ、いえ。
少し休めば問題ありません。失礼いたします。
His expression didn't change, but the tone of Kuroki-san's voice was slightly embarrassed as he headed to his room.
珍しいものを見たな。どんな時でも冷静沈着なロボットみたいな人が来客の前でよろめくなんて。疲れてると言っていたけど、何か心労の種でもあるのかな。
No, for now I needed to worry about Maho.
ヒアジョーさん、いるか？
岡部さん、入ってちょうだい。
なんだこれは。
I was stunned as they came into the room. It was definitely the same guest room I'd been in several times before. Probably. But everything about it had changed. First, the bed was gone and had been replaced by a big desk and a low Japanese table. Maho was sitting at the desk glaring at a 16-inch laptop as she sipped coffee from a mug. There was a small laptop on the low table and Moeka was kneeling directly on the carpet in front of it, legs splayed, tapping away at the keyboard. Behind them was a steel bookshelf, and I could see English language journals and fashion magazines sticking out of it. Until yesterday, this had been a guest room. In less than a day, it had been transformed into Maho and Moeka's workspace.
もうちょっとで終わるから、その辺に座っててくれる
？Maho put down the coffee cup without looking away from the screen, which was filled with complicated and constantly changing 3D graphs. Moeka tapped at the keys silently, without even bothering to look at me.
何がどうなってるんだ？まさかまた世界線が変わった？
I quickly covered my mouth with my hand, but the two of them were so engrossed in their work, they didn't seem to respond at all.
よしっと。
Once she hit a stopping point, Maho spun around in her chair to face me.
こんにちは、岡部さん。
She didn't seem to think anything was out of the ordinary.
もしかして様子を見に来てくれたの？せっかく来てくれたのにごめんなさい。今から桐生さんの取材を受けなきゃならないの。
それはいいが、この部屋の惨状を説明してくれないか？
惨状？なかなか居心地のいい環境だと思うんだけど。
昨日はこんなに散らかってなかったぞ。
Maho seemed confused for a moment, but finally seemed to understand what I was saying.
出歩くのが危険なんだったら、ここで研究をするしかないでしょ？仕事をしやすいように模様替えしたのよ。
模様替え？
This went far beyond what I call reorganization. Neither Daru nor I was very good at cleaning, but we weren't this bad.
これ全部自分たちで用意したのか？
そうよ。桐生さんもここで記事を書くっていうから、2人で必要な家具や資料を洗い出したの。ね。
この短時間で机や本棚はどこから持ってきたんだ？
I can write articles anywhere, but I'm a bodyguard, so I need to stay by Dr. Hyajo's side. Hello? Game? Oh, I gotta put the phone away. Okay, and then it brings back immediately. You can get most anything off the net in a day these days. I asked Dr. Hyajo what she wanted and ordered it off the net. Whoa.
俺はてっきり。
てっきり何？
あ、いや、なんでもない。
I thought the world line had changed, but I hadn't realized it. But evidently I've been worried over nothing.
机や棚の組み立ても2人でやったのか？
執事の方にお願いしたわ。あの人すごいわね。
ああ、だから黒木さん疲れてたのか。
That explained a lot, but just hearing all this had exhausted me. I found a place to sit down and I caught my foot on something. I looked down to see a thick book, its pages open.
これは？
それはまた後で見るから避けて通って。ページをめくらないように注意してね。
あとって？
概算だけど19時間後くらいかしら。
本棚があるんだから読まない間はしまっておけばいいんじゃないか？
すぐに再読するつもりの本をいちいち本棚に戻すなんて非合理的よ。科学者の取るべきアプローチではないわ。
そういう問題か？
I looked at the floor and saw 4 other open books. That wasn't all. The carpet was strewn with papers, used cups of instant ramen, bath towels, handkerchiefs, and other things. Their old clothes were lying out too. I saw a skirt, a t-shirt, a blouse, socks, tights, and other items of clothing. It was a lot like when I visited Moika's house in the Otherworld line before all this. Evidently, neither Moika nor Maho were the type to worry about keeping things clean. There was enough space around the low table to move, but there was enough junk around where Moika was sitting, that it would be impossible to sit next to her.
本や書類以外のものは横にどかしてもいいかな？
どうぞ。
いい。
Since they'd given their permission, I leaned over and picked up a pink towel. It wasn't a towel, it was a pink bra! My brain utterly failed to process this new development, and I froze with my hand still holding it, high in the air. Moika was looking up at me blankly. Okabe-kun, that's mine. You can't just go touching a girl's underwear. I screamed and threw the bra away. Moika glanced downward. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Her eyes quickly moved to cover her chest. Wait, hold on. What? Her hands, I don't know why I read eyes. Her hands quickly moved to cover her chest. Sorry. I tried as best as I could to get it out of my mind, then found a space in the corner that was still relatively clean and sat down. Sorry, I was moving my eyes elsewhere. There was a round pink fridge in the corner with plastic cups on top. It's so convenient having a fridge at work. You don't have to leave to go get drinks, so the only time you have to leave the room is to go to the bathroom.
社会不適合者が2人集まるとこういう空間が生まれるのか？
主観の相違よ。むしろ 知的生産活動に最適化された生活空間と言ってほしいわね。
はあ。
It looked like they'd been worried over nothing after all. If nothing else, Moeka didn't seem to feel any animosity towards Maho, and Maho seemed to be enjoying the company. The thought of the two of them picking out furniture together honestly seemed kind of cute. I was glad I came back to check on things. I'd be able to sleep just fine tonight. With my task completed, I could just leave, but I decided to stay and watch the two of them a while longer.
じゃあ桐生さん、そろそろ取材を始めましょうか。
分かった。
Moeka closed the laptop and moved it to the side, then started to go through her bag.
取材って具体的に何をするんだ？
インタビューよ。
インタビュー？
本当なら昨日ホテルで取材を受ける予定だったの。
The special is on the front lines of artificial intelligence research. I'm supposed to write about Dr. Hiejo, what she's done and what she's working on now. I can find all that out from the net, but that doesn't make it for a good article, you know? So I thought maybe I could start with a long interview with Dr. Hiejo.
意外と仕事熱心なんだな。
文章を書くのは好きだから。
In the Alpha World line, Moeka's job was just a cover to hide her work as a rounder. And even then, she'd been fired for incompetence, as I recalled. But in this world line, she seemed to be a hard worker. Was she actually working as a rounder?
私としてもこんなにお世話をかけているから、せめて桐生さんの仕事に協力できればなって。人工知能研究について多くの人に知ってもらえれば、私にとってもプラスになるし。桐生さん、準備できたかしら？
Moeka nodded and the interview began. Or, it didn't actually.
弱ったわね。桐生さんは口下手だとは思っていたけど、ここまでとは。
ごめんなさい。
Even I could tell that Moeka was doing a horrible job. It wasn't even an interview. Instead of asking questions, Moeka just sat there with a memo pad and ball pen in her hands, completely unmoving. She looked like she was about to cry. Maho and I tried our best to help move things along, but it didn't work.
どうしましょうか。また後日にする？
締め切りがスケジュールギリギリなの。
そう。それなら今日中に済ませてしまうべきね。とはいえ、今すぐ桐生さんの口下手がどうにかなるってことはないわよね。
ごめんなさい。
Moeka apologized in a soft, thin voice. She still looked like she could cry in frustration at any moment.
ああ、違うの。誤解しないで。桐生さんを責めているわけじゃないわ。今のは準備なのよ。問題を解決するために検討すべき条件を列挙しているだけ。
問題？
ええ。インタビューを完遂したい。これが問題。条件としては、桐生さんが取材できないのであれば別のインタビュアーが必要。それもできれば情報工学にそれなりの知識がある人、かつ今すぐに手伝ってくれる人。あ、
The two of them looked at me at the same time.
もしかして俺のことか？
難易度の低い問題だったわね。岡部さん、ちょっとお願いできない？
Maybe if you can end this fucking song, please.
そんな突然言われても。
岡部さんは条件にぴったりよ。専門も多少近いし、勘どころを抑えた質問をしてくれるんじゃないかしら。何せ レスキネン教授に一目惚れされるような潜在的才覚をお持ちのようですから。
買いかぶらないでくれ。どこにでもいる典型的な日本の大学生だよ。
冗談よ。でも適任だと思ってるのは本当。
いや、しかし。
Ask for me too. I can pay a little. An interview, huh? If that would give me an opportunity to observe how they lived and also get me some pay, it wasn't a bad idea. I've been spending enough time at the lab over the holidays that had been cutting into my work hours. And lately, I started to dream about going to Victor Condria University too. The chance to talk to Hyejo Maho, a very talented AI engineer, was invaluable. A lot of people probably would have paid money for it.
わかった。俺もヒアジョさんの研究には興味があるしな。俺でよければ協力させてくれ。
At the beginning of the game, Okabe was working at like an information kiosk for his university.
ありがとう。
I don't know if
そう言ってくれる
that's
と
still
助
a
かるわ。
thing.
ありがとう。
それじゃあ早速始めましょう。桐生さん、記録はどうする？
録音する。
Moeka took out a voice recorder and put it on the desk.
私のペースで進めてしまってい
Oh,
いのよ
thank
ね。
goodness. The nightmare clown music is over. Oof.
自由に喋ってくれて、後で編集する。
俺は何を聞けばいいんだ？一応言っておくと、俺だって人工知能については平均的日本人程度の知識しか持ってないぞ。
そうね。私が思いつくままに喋ってもいいけど、せっかくだからディスカッション形式にしましょうか。その方が話も弾むでしょうし。
The second she said those words, my mind filled with memories of the past.
まあ、はい。いいですよ。ディスカッション形式の方が話も弾むでしょうし。
岡部さん、どうかした？
大丈夫？
Both Maho and Moeka were staring at me,
ディス
confused.
カッション形式がお気に召さないなら。
いや、そういうわけじゃない。すまない。クリスが君と同じことを言っていたのを思い出したんだ。
クリスが？いつ？
彼女が来日した時に ATF でタイムマシンの講義を。
No, she didn't. That happened in another world line. In this world line, Kurisu died before she ever gave the lecture on the time machine, or came to the lab.
いや、勘違いかな。腰を折ってすまなかった。気にしないでくれ。
そう？大丈夫ならいいけど。さて、何から始めましょうか。そうね。人工知能の研究はコンピューターの誕生とほぼ同時期からスタートしているの。私たちが作っている人工知能の心臓部はニューラルネットワークという技術をベースにしているのだけど、この技術が提案されたのが1950年頃。世界初のノイマン型コンピューターとされるエニアックが発表されたのが1946年よ。ほぼ同じよね。
Ah, it's time to learn. ENIAC, short for Electronic Numerical Integrator and Computer. One of the very first computers built in America in 1947. The computer was used to calculate artillery tables, and the mathematician John von Neumann participated in its development. It used over 17,000 vacuum tubes and was over 1,000 times faster than existing electronic calculators. However, as vacuum tubes at the time were very poorly made, several would break and would have to be replaced each day. ENIAC is often called the world's first general-purpose electronic computer, but others, such as the Atanasoff-Berry computer, existed before the ENIAC. Thus, it is more precisely described as the first computer that became widely known.
当時コンピューターは魔法のような機械だった。一度プログラムさえ組めばどんなに複雑な計算でも自動的に解いてくれるのだから。まあこれは今でもそうだけど、だから当時の研究者はもっとすごいプログラムを書けばもっと多くの問題を解いてくれるだろうと考えた。コンピューターが究極的に進化すればまるで人間のように知性を持ち思考するコンピューターが作れるようになるだろうとね。けれど残念ながらそうはならなかった。人間のような包括的な機能を有する人工知能は21世紀に至る今もまだ作られていない。もちろん人工知能学者が何もやってこなかったって話じゃないのよ。むしろ逆。究極の人工知能は完成に至っていないけど、研究の過程で数えきれないほどの成果を情報科学分野にもたらしたわ。例えば画像をスキャンして文字を読み取る OCR 技術。これは人間が文字を認識するメカニズムとも共通点がある。
OCR technology, short for Optical Character Recognition Technology, a technology that allows a computer to read and recognize letters written on paper. Although humans can easily read text composed of printed letters, it is extremely difficult for a machine to do so. This was initially considered to be a pattern recognition problem, which is a field of AI research. Nowadays, OCR technology has advanced so much that OCR is used in many commercial services.
近いうちにスマホに音声認識システムが搭載されるかもっていう噂があるけど、
Wow.
それも以前は人工知能研究の一環だったの。けれど研究が始まってから60年が経った今も人間と同じように機能する汎用的な人工知能の開発には世界中の誰も成功していない。アマデウスを除けばね。
どうして誰も成功していないんだ？
ごく簡単に言えば脳の原理が解明できていないからかしら。
Mahu tapped her temple with her index finger.
脳にはまだ未知の部分が多いのよ。なぜたかが1000億個程度の神経細胞で構成された生体コンピューターが驚くべき性能を発揮できるのか。なぜ大量の情報を整理して記録し、かつ瞬時に利用できるのか。なぜ一見すると無関係の事象を組み合わせてひらめくなんてことができるのか。あげればいくらでもあるわ。他にも人間には容易に解けるのにコンピューターに解けない問題とかもあるしね。
そんな問題が？
たくさんあるわよ。それらの問題を一つずつ解明していくのが私たちの研究だとも言えるわね。
いまいちイメージが湧かないな。何か具体例を教えてもらえないか？
そうね。フレーム問題について説明してみましょうか。例えばケリュウさんがロボットだとしましょう。
Moeka had been taking notes, but she suddenly jerked up when her name was said.
私がロボット。
正確にはロボットに搭載された人工知能ね。ケリュウさん、テーブルを使いたいのだけどレコーダーを少しどかしてもらってもいいかしら。
Moeka moved the voice recorder from the table to the floor. Maho started to rummage through her bag as she did.
確かこの中に。あ、これこれ。
She took out a small white box, small enough to fit inside her tiny hands. She opened it and extracted the contents. It was an UPA. It was the same thing Mayuri collected. Maho handed it to me, so I took it and touched it. It had the texture of an eraser.
昨日まゆりさんがくれたの。かわいいわよね。
Was it really? I never quite understood what girls, particularly Mayuri, would find cute. I returned the UPA to her. She put it back in the box, closed the lid, and put the box in the center of the table.
今から簡単な実験をしてみるわね。岡部さん、桐生さんに命令して、その箱の中にあるウーパを取り出させてみて。
命令？
そうよ。桐生さんという人工知能が正しく動作するようにプログラムを送信するわけ。
正しく動作するように。
命令はできるだけ簡潔で、かつ厳密なものが望ましいわ。例えば、この部屋の中には箱がたくさんある。だけど、他のどれでもなく、テーブルの上に置かれたこの箱を開けるように指示しなきゃダメ。送れる命令は文章だけ。指をさしてこの箱って示すのは反則よ。桐生さんは岡部さんに言われた命令をそのまま実行してみて。言われたことだけを可能な限り忠実に行うの。いいかしら。
わかった。
では実験開始。岡部さん、命令をどうぞ。
I didn't quite get the point of all this, but I decided just to say the first thing that came into my mind.
テーブルの上にある真っ白な箱を開けて、中にあるものを取り出してくれ。
桐生さん、今のが命令よ。テーブルの上にある真っ白な箱を開けて、中にあるものを取り出してくれ。言われた通りに行動してみて。可能な限り忠実によ。
Moika's gaze moved from me to the box on the table.
できない。
え？箱を開けるだけだろ？
I pointed to the box in the center of the table, uncertain as to what was going on. Moika just looked back at me, clearly upset. Maho nodded, satisfied.
仕方がないのよ。ほら。
Maho picked up the box and showed me the other side.
なんだこれ？
デア・アルテ・ベルフェルト・ニヒト。
A phrase found in a letter written by theoretical physicist Albert Einstein to his good friend and theoretical physicist Max Born in December of 1926. In English, it translates to God does not play dice with the universe. Einstein made great contributions to early quantum theory, but he was skeptical of the field's central idea that quanta behave in a probabilistic manner. There we go. This phrase was intended to express his disagreement with the idea.
神はサイコロを振らない。アインシュタインの言葉よ。これが書いてあったから、桐生さんは箱を開けられなかったのよ。そうよね。
そう。
え？そうなのか？なんで？文字が書いてあることと命令に従えないことに何の関係があるんだ？
真っ白じゃないから。
え？
桐生さん、あなたは正しいわ。岡部さんの命令は真っ白な箱を開けて中身を取り出せだったでしょ。でもこの箱は真っ白じゃない。文字が書いてあるもの。それで桐生さんは箱を開けられなかったの。人間と違ってコンピューターは与えられた命令を忠実に実行しすぎるのね。だから命令の設定は慎重にやらなきゃいけないの。
Maho put the box back on the table. I couldn't see the letters from where I was.
もう一回だけやってみましょうか。岡部さん、今のを踏まえて適切な命令を考えてみて。
なるほど。つまりさっきは真っ白なと余計な言葉を付け足してしまったからダメだったんだよな。
そういうこと。
だったらもっとシンプルにいこう。テーブルの上の箱を開けて中身を取り出してくれ。
桐生さん、今の岡部さんの命令に従ってみて。言葉の通りに忠実によ。
Moeka turned her gaze once again from me to the box on the table.
できない。
今度は何が問題なんだ？
Moeka's brow wrinkled a little as she pointed at the box on the table.
これ箱じゃないから。
え
Maho burst out laughing, as if she couldn't contain herself any longer. Her smile seemed more childlike than ever.
桐生さん、あなたは素晴らしい被験体だわ。こんなにうまくいくとは思わなかった。
I had no idea what was going on.
どういうことなんだ？
Damn! You should have looked at the other side, idiot. It's not a box, you fool. Maho turned the box around and explained the trick to me.
これは箱ではない。また書き足したのか？
この言葉が書いてあったから、桐生さんはこれが箱であると断定できなかった。だから開けられなかった。そうよね。
そう。
いや。表面に何が書いてあっても箱は箱だろ
う。人工知能にはそれはわからないわ。箱というのがどういうものなのかを丁寧に教えてあげないといけないの。今回は気流ロボが箱とは何かを大まかには知っているという前提だったけど、この通りちょっと情報が揺れるだけで人工知能は期待した動作をしなくなるわけ。それに今はテーブルの上の箱はこれ1個しかないけど、もし箱そっくりの四角い石があったらそれと箱とを区別する命令も必要よね。箱の上に石が乗っていたらまずその石をどかす命令をしないと中身を取り出すことはできないわ。こんな風にあらゆる可能性を1個ずつ排除する必要があるの。
そんなのキリがないな。
そうよ、キリがない。どんな条件が判断に影響するかわからないから、思いつくものは全部命令に含めなきゃいけないのよ。桐生さん、今日の朝食は何を食べたかしら？
For breakfast today. What was this about?
あんまん。
あんまん以外に朝食の選択肢はあった？
肉まん。
もし肉まんを選んでいたら桐生さんの行動は変わっていたかもしれないわよね。それも考慮に入れないと。あとはそうね、天気はどうかしら。今日は晴れているけど、もし雨だったらそれも考慮に入れないと。それにこの部屋の温度と湿度、テーブルの色も重要よね。もちろん材質と床からの高さも測らなきゃ。そこのカーテンは開いているけど、これが閉まっていたら、あるいは半開きだった場合、75% 以上開いている場合を個別に検討しないと。カーテンの汚れ具合も関係するかもしれない。前にクリーニングに出したのはいつかしら。その時の料金や店員の態度だってパラメーターとして考慮する必要がある。それに
ストップ
I had to stop her before she went any further.
いくらなんでも朝食や天気はテーブルの上の箱を取るかどうかに影響しないだろう。カーテンが汚れてるかどうかなんてもっと無関係だ。だからその辺はあらかじめ条件から除外してもいいはずじゃないか。
Maho's eyes began to shine.
そう、それよ。
え？
岡部さんの言う通りよ。確かに朝食や天気は箱を開けるのに何の関係もないわ。
だったら。
でもどうして岡部さんはそれがわかるの？
Huh?
いや、 そんなの普通に考えれば。
And then finally, I understood the point of this experiment. Mahu nodded, satisfied.
そうよ。人工知能にはその普通というのがわからないのよ。
なるほど。
これがフレーム問題よ。ある一つの命令を実行するのに人工知能は付随する無数の条件を加味しなきゃいけないの。その条件のうちほとんどは本来無視できるはずなのだけど、人工知能にはどれを無視していいのかがわからない。そうなるとあらゆる事象を考慮しなければいけなくなる。でもあらゆる事象ってつまり無限ということよね。無限に存在する条件を全て確認していたら永久に箱を拾い上げることはできない。箱を開けるという行為に朝食のメニューやテーブルの色が関係ないことは人間なら考えるまでもなくわかるわ。でも人工知能にはそれができない。問題を解決するために検討する範囲をどこまでに設定するか、その枠を人間なら簡単に作れるけど人工知能にはできないの。枠、つまりフレームね。だからフレーム問題っていうの。
なるほど。面白いな。
でしょ。
でもどうして人間はその枠を決められるんだ？
それがさっぱりわからないの。人工知能研究60年に及ぶ謎の一つよ。アマデウスはフレーム問題を解明する研究でもあるの。クリスを見ていると一見フレーム問題を解決しているように見える。でもどうして彼女がそれを解決できているのかがわからない。それどころかクリス自身にも分かっていないのよ。
分かってないって、アマデウスは君が作ったんだろ？
仮説だったらいくらでもあるわよ。でも数学的には証明できていない。第一、私が作ったのは人間の脳が蓄えた記憶をデータとして抽出して脳と同じように駆動する人工知能メカニズムよ。トータルでは脳の挙動をシミュレートしているけど、その全てを理解しているわけではないわ。地球と同じだけの質量を持った物体を作れば 1G の重力を発生させられる。だけど重力の発生メカニズムを解明したことにはならない。そういえば分かりやすいかしら。
全く分かりやすくはないが、言いたいことは分かった。人間のように動く人工知能はできたけれど、それがなぜ人間のように動くのかはまだ分かってないわけだ。
そういうこと。でもこれだって人工知能研究においては画期的な発展なのよ。神経細胞の挙動をシミュレートする研究は以前から行われていたの。だけど効率的に機能するデータを作る方法が見つからなかった。人間が何十年もかけて見聞きして整理分類して脳の中に構築したとんでもなく複雑回帰なデータ。
つまり記憶か？
そう。この記憶というデータの構造が長らく謎のままだった。けれどクリスの研究のおかげでひとまず記憶を丸ごとデジタル変換して取り出すことに成功した。未だにそのデータ構造自体は未知だけど、それをデータとして使うことはできるようになったわけ。
それがアマデウス？
ええ、そういうこと。人工知能研究ではこういう事象は多いのよ。でもいずれは必ず突き止めてみせる。人類が持つ知能の正体をね。その時私はようやくクリスを。
Maho suddenly fell silent in the middle of her sentence.
どうした？
なんでもないわ。他に聞きたいことはないかしら。フレーム問題に関係なくてもいいわよ。
There was a lot I wanted to ask, but it felt like we had more than enough for Moeka's article. I looked at Moeka, who hesitated a second before speaking.
何かしら、桐生さん。
人工知能が人間の能力を上回るものになることはあるの？
面白い質問だわ。現時点でもアマデウスは学力という意味でならここにいる私たちをすでに超えているでしょうね。クリスの記憶を有しているわけだから。
There was no matching the knowledge of a genius. I'd gone up against Kurisu any number of times and learned that the hard way.
でもそれはあくまで私たちと比べた場合、クリスのベースはクリス本人、つまり人間の記憶よ。これが人間の能力を上回っているとみなすかは検討が必要でしょうね。ただし人間の能力を上回る人工知能ができるまではあとちょっとだと思うわ。もともと研究者の間では2050年くらいには人工知能が人間を超える時代が来ると言われているの。いわゆるシンギュラリティポイントね。
Technological singularity, a theory proposed by mathematician Werner Wing and inventor Ray Kurzweil. The technology singularity, or simply the singularity, refers to a point in time in which AI is created whose intelligence exceeds that of humanity's. The theory states, hold on, let me get some freaking allergy medicine real quick. Okay, hopefully I cannot be snotty all over the microphone. The theory states that when the singularity is reached, all further technological advancement will be performed by AI without any human intervention. As a result of this, a non-human-centric civilization will begin to develop, marking a major paradigm shift in human history. Kurzweil also stated that the singularity will occur sometime around 2045, and many other AI researchers, while they disagree on the exact date, say that it will happen eventually. However, opinions are still divided on what role humanity will play following the singularity.
アマデウスの登場によってその日は想定よりももっとずっと早く到来するはずよ。
ありがとうございました。
どういたしまして。
機械が人間を上回るか。映画みたいな話だな。ありえるのか？
あら、工学系の大学生とは思えない発言ね。岡部さんは飛行機のように空を飛べないでしょ。新幹線より早く移動できないし、安物の電卓より計算が早いわけでもない。今この時点でも機械の能力はすでに人間を大きく上回っているのよ。脳だけが例外だなんて誰にも言えない。この世界に科学で説明できない奇跡のメカニズムなんて存在しないのよ。全ては物理現象なのだから、原理を解明すれば必ず人工的に作れるわ。未解明の問題を全て解決して真の人工知能を作る。それが私の仕事よ。インタビューとしてはこんな感じでどうかしら、桐生さん。
But Moeka just stared at her memo pad and didn't look up.
桐生さん？
ええ、これで十分。きっと面白い記事になる。岡部君もありがとう。
ああ、俺も興味深く聞かせてもらったよ。
I wanted to talk a little more, but both Maho and Moeka seemed to have work to do, so I decided to leave.
すべては物理現象か。
Maho thought exactly the way most AI researchers did, that there were no black boxes in the human brain. But I knew the truth. There were things inside the brain that science couldn't explain.
リーディングしたいなって何なんだろうな。
Was it ever going to be scientifically explained?
危ない危ない。
Maho quickly choked back her yawn and looked around to see if anyone saw her. There were other people doing the same thing as she was, leaning up against the railing of the bridge and killing time. Of course, they were all too focused on themselves to pay her any mind. She'd planned on spending the day at Ferris's house taking care of paperwork left over from the office's temporary closure. But this morning she'd gotten a call from Dr. Leskinen that had sent her hurrying to Tokyo Denki University. Tokyo Denki had, it seemed, offered them a temporary room at the school while their office was closed. Dr. Leskinen had called Dr. Izaki at Tokyo Denki, who had given it to them without a second thought. So now she had decided to pay the new office a visit and discuss what they planned to do for the future. The Konda campus of Tokyo Denki University wasn't that far away from Akihabara, it seemed.
しかしまあいい天気ね。
The sky that poked out between the buildings had the clear color that was unique to winter. She spent the whole of yesterday cooped up inside her room, so the cold air felt good. She crossed her arms and reached upward.
しかし遅いわね。
The reason she was standing here was that she was waiting for Moeka.
あ、来た。わざわざいいのに。
Maho didn't know the way to Tokyo Denki, so Moeka had kindly offered to take her there. And she asked for something in exchange.
ヒヤジョウ博士の写真を撮らせてほしい。記事に載せたいから。
I don't know. Maho didn't really like having her picture taken, but if Moeka was nice enough to interview her, she wanted to do everything she could to help. Moeka had gone back to her home to get her camera. She said it was close enough to walk, so Maho had decided to just wait.
あの人、LINE だとテンション高いわよね。
She closed her phone and looked up. And then she saw Moeka directly under the bridge, running towards her.
待たせてごめんなさい。ヒヤジョウ博士。
そんなに急がなくてもよかったのに。少し休んでいく？
いえ、平気です。
Moeka went around in front of Maho and started to walk ahead. The year had just started and the subway was empty. Maho decided to take a closer look at Moeka, who was standing next to her, and grabbing onto one of the handles. Moeka realized that she was being watched and tilted her head. Then she took out her phone and started to type. Maho's phone suddenly rang at the bottom of her bag. She just received a Ryan message. I see, so we can talk on the train like this. It feels so strange talking to you on Ryan when we're right next to each other. You didn't look like you were doing well. It may just have been my imagination. Moeka's expression didn't change much, but Maho thought that didn't mean she had no feelings. When she looked into Moeka's thin, pretty eyes, she could see that she was an interested observer of many things. Maybe that's what you would expect from a writer. Sorry to worry you. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Sorry. I'll make sure you get to Dinky U, Dr. Hiyajo. It's weird being called Dr. Hiyajo. It's weird. Yep. You don't have to call me doctor both in the real world and on Rhine. Let's be a little more informal. But then what do I call you? Just call me by my name. That's what you do for Okabe-san, right? That's because he's a student and younger than me. You can treat me the same way. We'll be roommates for a while, and we're both about the same age. So how about we call each other Moeka and Maho? You would never tell by looking at them, but Maho and Moeka were only a year apart. And Maho was 21 and Moeka 20, which meant that she was older, or the older of the two. Maho couldn't help but wonder what kind of deal you had to make with God to get that height and those voluptuous breasts. No way. I've never called anyone by their first name. I'd be too nervous. Then how about Kiryu and Hyojo? Please be one of the few friends I've got in Japan. Got it, will do. Okay. Then try saying it now. Yeah. Moeka suddenly jerked upright and opened her eyes wide. Maho nodded at Moeka's whispered question. If we're doing it, I want to start now. But, like I said, I'm really not good at talking to people. Really? I thought you were just nervous because Okabe-san was with us last night. Like you're the kind of person who gets nervous around the opposite sex. It's true that when I talk to men, I get even more nervous. In other words, when it's just girls, it's not so bad that you can't talk? Well, maybe. Then, since we're both girls, let's get along. I know, how about this? When it's just the two of us, how about we try to talk in person instead of Rhine as much as we can? I'd be less bored with someone to talk to. If you're going to be a writer for a magazine, I think it'd be a good chance to practice, don't you? Okay, I'll do my best. Moeka seemed to steel herself and then turned toward Maho. That's pretty good.
Hyojo-san, よろしくお願いします。
よろしくね、桐生さん。
The train arrived at their station. The area around Tokyo Denki was quiet. Moeka told her that the surrounding areas were offices and government buildings, which meant at this time of year there was almost no one around. She felt bad but decided to have Moeka wait outside. The school was still on break, so she could have waited in one of the rooms on campus, but Moeka had refused.
じゃあ終わったら連絡するわ。
She split up with Moeka. Maho got very lost on her way to Izaki's lab. The school was completely empty because of the break, so she couldn't ask anyone. In the end, she had to call Dr. Leskinen and get detailed instructions. A letter was taped to the door marked Dr. Izaki's lab. For me to release global brain science, comprehensive research, blah, 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 blah. The letter had a photo of a smiling Dr. Leskinen, along with some low-resolution text that looked like it was directly printed from a PC screen.
世界脳科学総合研究機構日本オフィス準備室の設立者アレクシス・レスキネンからのお願いをお読みください。これをご覧の皆様全員から1ドルずついただければすぐにでも おでん缶が食べられます。相変わらずこういうのが好きね、教授は。
Please either donate $1 or a can of Odin. No matter how formal the setting, when the professor wanted to tell a joke, he'd do it. He really was just like a child. But his carefree personality let Maho and Kurisu relax and enjoy their work. Suddenly remembering Kurisu made her heart ache a little. She suddenly realized that her sudden change of address, coupled with living with a person she barely even met, was taking its toll on her. Today, she'd finally get a chance to talk to her again. Or more accurately, the memories she'd left behind.
教授？レスキネン教授？
When she stepped inside the lab and called the professor's name, the giant in the back came running to greet her.
やあ魔法、よく来てくれたね。パワーアップした準備室へようこそ。
はあ。つまりこのテーブルとソファー2つがパワーアップした準備室なんですね。
Yes、シンプルであることこそが真理へ近づく秘訣であるというだろう。
誰の言葉ですか？
私さ。ははは。
The professor clapped his hands and laughed. Maho ignored him and went to sit on the sofa. He didn't seem hurt.
さてと、それで今後のことについてだが。
ああ、すみません。アマデウスを立ち上げるのでちょっと待ってください。
She took out her laptop and put it on the table. Her OS, a Linux variant, customized for research purposes, booted up and displayed the login screen. Maho typed in her account name the same way she'd done it 1,000 times before. What the frick's a Linux? Short for why is it OS? Okay, never mind. Salieri. For just a moment, she stared at the letters in her account name. She quickly put in the password and called up the desktop. And before long, Kurisu appeared on the screen.
お久しぶりです、先輩。
久しぶりって一昨日も話したじゃない。
あれは緊急事態でしたから話したうちに入りませんよ。それでなくても最近あまり話せなかったし。
仕方ないわよ。テスト中なんだから。
During Okabe and Kurisu's communication test, Maho and Dr. Leskinen had avoided talking to Amadeus to keep from adding noise to the experiment.
岡部さんも最近はあまり話してくれませんけどね。もしかして先輩と岡部さん、私に内緒でよく会ってるんじゃないですか？一昨日も一緒にいましたし。
そんなんじゃないって言ってるでしょ。なんであなたはどんな時でも頭の中に色恋妄想が渦巻いてるのよ。
妄想じゃありません。冷静な観察と分析に基づいた角度の高い推論です。
それならそっちを先行にすればよかったじゃない。あなたの的外れな分析じゃ博士号どころか大学卒業も危うかったでしょうけど。
Mr. Americlap brought his hands together in an exaggerated motion.
この雰囲気、懐かしいね。昔はキャンパスのどこにいても君たちを探すのに苦労しなかったよ。いつでも二人の話し声が聞こえていたからね。ははは。
もう教授、冗談はやめてください。
それほど仲がいいということさ。君たちはまるで姉妹のようだ。 さあ、それじゃあ今後のことについてのメーリングを始めよう。時間を最も効率よく使った人間が勝利する。これも私の言葉だよ。何かミュージックが欲しいな。クリス、お願いできるかい？
はい。
A soft piano melody began to play from the laptop speakers.
これは
先輩、覚えてますか？私と先輩のきっかけの曲ですよ。
Imagine if it played the clown song. I was kind of expecting it. She'd never forget. It was what had brought them together a year ago. And it was the symbol of their relationship. A year ago, in September of 2009, Kurisu had officially joined the Brain Science Institute. She'd completed the graduate school's doctorate program in May of that year and had only turned 17 in July. Maho herself had joined the Brain Science Institute at an extremely young age, but her record had been beaten by quite a lot. Kurisu was a genius. Everyone who met her could tell. Dr. Leskinen had been Kurisu's advisor during the program, so Maho had met her several times. And that was enough to tell her that Kurisu was different. Kurisu never showed off her own talents. Actually, she didn't seem to think of herself as particularly intelligent at all. But that actually made it a little hard for people around her to approach her. Whenever you talked to Kurisu, you were forced to realize that there was a gap between you and her that could never be erased. She'd learned later from Dr. Leskinen that things had been the same in grad school. It was rumored that that was the real reason she'd come to America from Japan at the age of 11. No matter what she wanted, no matter where she lived, she was cut off from the people around her. That was what it meant to be a genius like her. Since Maho was a girl too, and close to her in age, she actually considered Kurisu more of a rival. Since they were working in the same field, they were going to be compared, and she didn't want to lose. Maybe that's why Maho had never thought of going to talk to her. And Kurisu was so busy learning how to work at the lab that she'd never come to talk to Maho. But then 2 weeks after Kurisu came to the lab, a certain classical song had changed the relationship forever.
再セット。
There were two types of people in the world, those who worked better with music and those who worked better with silence. From a brain science perspective, the idea that you could concentrate better with music was sheer nonsense. Whether you were aware of it or not, the sound was vibrating your eardrums and your brain was continually analyzing it. But if there was ever a public debate on the subject, Maho would want to take the first position. Theory and feelings were different. You could concentrate best with music in the background, and you could be more creative. But there was one condition.
流していて集中できる音楽はモーツァルトが作曲したものに限る。
Maho whispered to herself as she turned toward the computer. She'd been running a patch on some equations for 2 full days, and it finally completed. Today, she was going to spend the whole day analyzing the output. It was Saturday, so she was the only one in the lab. This was the one day she had this whole huge space to herself. So she decided to play Mozart's 11th Sonata from the speakers, not her headphones. She didn't intend to pay any attention to the music. This was more like a ritual she needed in order to concentrate. It was a warm-up exercise before she could dive into a sea of numbers and equations. Once she dove in, she wouldn't need it anymore, so she simply stopped hearing it. She stopped seeing everything around her, too. All she saw was the numbers and equations. All that was in her head were numbers and equations. All that was left was a thinking machine named Hyojo Maho. Her mind left behind the bonds of her physical body, and the speed of her thoughts accelerated toward the infinite. It was time for another fun journey.
おはようございます。
Someone suddenly whispered in her ear and Maho jumped out of her chair, lost her balance and fell. She looked up and saw Kurisu staring down at her, beginning to panic.
すみません。そんなに驚かれるとは思わなくて。
クリス、驚かせないでよ。
何度か呼んだんですけど、聞こえなかったみたいで。
ああ。
Maho stood back up and sat in her chair.
ごめんなさい。集中してて聞こえなかったわ。
はい、そうだと思ってました。
Then you should have left me alone. Maybe Kurisu could tell that she was thinking that, because she quickly added,
申し訳ないとは思ったんですが、せっかく休日に先輩とお会いしたわけだし、挨拶しておきたいなって。それにまだ作業を始めたばかりのようでしたから、お邪魔にはならないかなって。
今来たの？
はい、私だけかと思ったから驚きました。
Then Maho realized something was strange.
あなた、今来たって言ったわよね。だったら、なぜ私が作業を始めたばかりだと分かったの？
それは。
Kurisu pointed to the speakers.
まだ第一楽章の頭でしたから。ケッヘル331、モーツァルトピアノソナタ第11番異調調、第一楽章。
Mozart's Piano Sonata number 11 in A major, the Turkish March. K331 refers to blah 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 blah. I think we've already read all of this before, or they've talked about it before. So we're gonna skip it.
あなた、モーツァルト好きなの？
かじった程度です。それにモーツァルト全般というよりはこの曲が好きなんです。世間的にはトルコ行進曲の方が有名ですけど、私はこの第一楽章の静かな調べの方が心地いいですね。
私もどうい
Turkish March, the third movement of Mozart's Piano Sonata. Composed of movements, but the third movement is famous, often performed on its own. Normal four movements, allegro, slow movement. However, since the piano sonata only the third movement violates the standard structure of the sonata, it can be considered yet another example of Mozart's genius.
よかった。私も気合を入れて集中するときは BGM にモーツァルトを流してます。科学者としての発言ではないですけどね。
Maho couldn't help but laugh as she realized that Kurisu was saying the same thing that she said earlier. In the 2 weeks since Kurisu had joined the team, Maho hadn't been quite sure on how to deal with her, but now she wanted to know a little more. So she used the signal her coworkers always use when they wanted to take breaks.
コーヒーでも飲む？
賛成です。先輩にいくつか質問したいこともありますし。
As she watched Kurisu follow her, filled with energy, she was reminded of the pet dog she used to have. But later she would realize that that was one of the things that made Kurisu cute. Her dogness. She got 2 hot coffees from the lab coffee machine, and the two of them talked about their research for a while. It must have been a strange sight. 20-year-old Maho and 17-year-old Kurisu debating the latest developments in cerebral physiology while drinking coffee out of paper cups. Cerebral physiology, study of the cerebrum, part of the brain is controls the actions of animals. In recent years, many have been achieved in the AI technology neural networks, a subset of machine learning that mimics the structure of the human brain. Because of this, it is becoming more and more popular to approach cerebral physiology from a computer science standpoint. But the two of them realized that since they never had someone of the same sex and age to work with, these conversations were a big help to both of them. Having the older Maho around must have been a particularly big help to Kurisu. Once in a while, Kurisu would still call her senpai, the Japanese word for an upperclassman or more senior colleague.
そういえば、アインシュタインはバイオリンが趣味だったらしいですね。
モーツァルトを尊敬していたようね。モーツァルトを好きになることは由緒正しき科学者の伝統なのかもしれない。
もしそうなら光栄ですね。
After a short debate about their work, the two of them talked about Mozart until they finished their coffee. After she had a real conversation with Kurisu, Maho realized that she was totally different than her first impression. Every time she spoke, she'd smile or pout. It was adorable to watch. But the only thing she had in common with most people was her age was her appearance. She was a genius.
先輩はアインシュタインがあなたにとって死とは何かという質問にどう答えたか知ってます？
いいえ、なんて言ったの？
死とはモーツァルトを聞けなくなることだ。日本ではそれなりに有名な言葉なんですよ。
Death means not getting to listen to Mozart anymore. It was a more romantic phrase than she'd expect from the Einstein she thought she knew.
へえ、知らなかった。アインシュタインがそんなことを言ったのね。
いいえ、言ってません。
え？
まあ、厳密には言っていないことは証明できませんけど、少なくとも記録は残っていないと思います。
どういうこと？
Kurisu smiled and put her finger up to her lips.
昔、日本で発売された本に別の本からの引用としてこの言葉が載っていたんです。けれど、その本には引用元の署名が書かれてなかったし、今に至るまで引用元の本は見つかっていません。
著者がでっち上げたってこと？呆れた話ね。
証明はできませんから断定もできませんけどね。でもこの言葉、私はとてもアインシュタインらしいロジカルなものだなって思うんです。
ロジカル？
ええ、だって死んだらモーツァルトは聞けなくなりますよね。
そんなの当たり前じゃない。
はい、当たり前なんです。モーツァルトに限らず死んだら何も聞くことはできなくなる。命題は死んです。ね、ロジカルでしょ？
あなた面白いわね。知性と幼さが一つの脳の中に同居してる。
幼くなんかないですよ。
When you die, you're dead.
ごめんなさい。
Einstein said that.
遅くなったけど、改めてよろしくね、クリス。
Maho offered her hand, and Kurisu shook it with a smile. Kurisu's hand was warm.
よろしくお願いします、先輩。
Mozart had brought the two of them together. Kurisu was a child beloved by God. Everyone was amazed and astonished by her unmatched creativity. Everyone, including, of course, Maho. Something. It felt like she had to remember something important.
おはようございます。
Someone suddenly whispered in her ear, and Maho jumped off the sofa.
はっはっは。クリスの言う通りだったね。
At some point, Dr. Leskinen had picked up the laptop and taken it behind Maho's back. Kurisu was on the screen laughing at her. Evidently, the professor had brought it close to Maho's ears and made Kurisu whisper to her.
先輩、今集中モードに入ってましたね。教授が何度呼びかけても自分の世界から帰ってこなかったですから。
ああ、すみません。
こんな非常事態でも研究する姿勢は大したものだよ。
The professor put the laptop back on the table and sat in the sofa across from her. And then they started the meeting. She discussed their future plans with the professor. One of the options that came up was going back to America. Alright, bye Maho. Something kept bugging Maho the whole time during the meeting. When she was remembering how she met Kurisu, she was also remembering something else. Salieri, Maho's user account name. She'd picked it a month after Kurisu had died. For some reason, she couldn't stop thinking about it. After she finished her meeting with Dr. Leskinen and left the school, she realized it had started to rain.
ああ、やっぱり降ってきちゃったか。日本の天気予報は驚くほど正確ね。桐生さん、どこかお店に入っているのかしら。
Just as she went out to take out her phone and send a message to her, she got a message from her own, or of her own, from Kurisu. It was fun talking with Sawayama today. Tell me about Okabe-san next time. I had fun too. I've said this before, but it's not like that. Wait, Kurisu's on Rhine too? Wait! She was about to snap and say something back when she saw Moeka in her field of vision. She'd opened her folding umbrella and was crouched by the side of the road with her phone out. When Maho approached, she saw a flower blooming between the asphalt and the shrubbery. Moeka was trying to take a picture of it.
桐生さん、ごめんなさい。お待たせしちゃったわね。
Moeka looked up and opened her mouth hesitantly.
ヒヤジョさん。
Maho was happy that she said her name.
花撮ってたの？
Upskirt camera angle. Well, we're very lucky that this isn't Corpse Party, at least. Moeka nodded and looked back toward the ground. There was a tiny flower blooming where the asphalt met the shrubbery. There was no other flower like it in view. The wind must have brought it here. The flower's color was striking, but something, perhaps the rain, made it look sickly. Moeka took a picture of it. Then another and another. The umbrella in her hand seemed to be stopping her from taking a good picture.
傘持ってましょうか？
別に。
いいからいいから。
Maho practically yanked the umbrella out of Moeka's hands.
ありがとう。
どういたしまして。
Moeka used both hands to steady the camera. Then, when it came into focus, she pressed the button. A moment later, she stood up, satisfied.
うまく撮れた。もう大丈夫。
ポートレートの準備かしら。
Moika shook her head.
ヒアジョーさんの写真は
Oops.
撮れない。雨降ってきちゃったから、風景を撮るのは習慣。
写真を撮るのが好きなの？
Moika shook her head again.
証明。今日、自分がどこにいたかの証明。
証明？
そう。
それってどういう？
And then she heard the sound that meant she received the Ryan message.
またクリスからかしら。
私にも来てる。フェイリスさんから。
フェイリスさん？
Does that your nya? The 314th prophecy of Fatima has come to pass, nya. The hearts of men have lost the will to believe, and the seal created by the sacrifice of the ancient Incan civilization has been broken, nya. It's only a matter of time before the dark god, the master of Pluto, revives, nya. Not only the Earth, but the whole Galactic Federation's in danger, nya. Summon the House of the Lords and the Senate immediately, nya. But the president is missing, but I'm sure he's flown off in Air Force One or something to fight the enemy himself, nya. I'll start the ceremony to seal him away once more, nya. The president, I want you to buy time for me until it finishes, nya. Thanks in advance. Wait, what are you talking about? What? That was a joke. But really, there's big trouble, nya. I was just being cringe, ironically. What happened? I'll explain later, nya, even though I had all this fucking time to explain it. Over the course of several paragraphs. There's a critical mission I want you to do before you head back to the condo, nya. Both Maho and Moeka looked at each other, confused by Ferris's strange message.
二人ともよく来てくれたにゃ。タイムリミットが迫っているけど、まだ時間は残っているにゃ。準備はできているかにゃ。
できている。
ええ。
では、始めるにゃ。作戦名は、夜更かしシンデレラたちの秘密の女子会。お眠で思わずドッキリ発言にゃ。
Maho looks high as fuck.
二人ともどうしたにゃ。テンション低いにゃ。せっかくの女子会なんだからもっと楽しむにゃ。
まあいいけど、まさか二人にやっておいてほしい重大なミッションが夕飯を抜いておくことだとは思わなかったわ。
The two of them had suddenly gotten a message that Ferris was having a girls' party that night. Ferris was had asked them to skip dinner so that they'd have empty stomachs for their party, and both Maho and Moeka had done so.
さあさあ、何でも好きなものを食べるにゃ。ケーキもアイスもちょっとだけお高めのものを買ってきたにゃ。
Ferris started to rummage through the plastic convenience store bag with a smile. Normally, Ferris acted like she was rich, and in fact, she was rich, so she could have easily purchased the most expensive cake that either of them had ever tasted. But she realized that the right cakes and ice cream for a party like this were the ones you got at a convenience store, and she purchased them there without any hesitation. Maho thought that must have been the reason why the customers and maids at May Queen admired her so much. She'd been working short-staffed at May Queen since the start of the year, so it had been hard. But she wasn't showing any signs of exhaustion at all.
に惚れちゃった
I
かに
want
ゃ
some Pimo.
女の子からの求愛はいつでもウェルカムにゃ
そんなんじゃないわよ。
照れることないにゃプレゼントも気に入ってくれたようでフェイリスも嬉しいにゃ思ってた通りすっごく似合ってるにゃそのパンダパジャマ
気に入ってるわけじゃないわ。せっかく用意してくれたものを拒否したら失礼だから。
The hooded panda pajamas that Maho was wearing was a gift from Fairs.
サイズがぴったりなのは別にいいんだけど、どう考えても子供用よねこれ。
マホニャはお人形さんみたいだからきっと何でも似合うにゃ
その呼び方はやめてってば。それとお願いだから毎日別の動物パジャマを着せようとか考えないでね。なに
マホニャ心が読めるのかにゃすでに1週間分は用意済みだということをなぜ知っているにゃ
もう買ってあるの
Just as Maho was starting to realize that Fairs was just toying with her. Moeka was covering her mouth with her hand and trying not to laugh.
キリュウさん
もえにゃ
ごめんなさい。笑うつもりはないんだけど。
Maho saw Moeka smile for the first time. So this was how she smiled.
その笑顔すっごく可愛いにゃもっと見せてにゃ
Oh, she's touching the pit! Fairis's eyes sparkled in the dim light. Without warning, she leapt upon Moeka and started to tickle her sides.
こちょこちょこちょこちょこちょ
Moeka was evidently very vulnerable to tickling. She squirmed as tears formed in her eyes and she started to gasp for air.
なんかいけないことをしている気分になってくるにゃ
No.
そうね。
Fairis backed off as Moeka panted and gasped for breath. We're allowed to live.
しかしものすごいにゃ
That is amazing.
そうね。
Yeah. Fairis and Maho looked at each other and spoke.
すごいおっぱいにゃ
Yeah. Moeko's wearing a crimson piece of baby doll lingerie as her pajamas. It was the kind of adult lingerie that you could never imagine a girl like her wearing. Of course, she seemed unaware of this and had seemingly only chosen it because it was easy to move around in. But with Moeka's natural proportions, she ended up looking incredibly seductive. And on top of that, when her massive breast shook as Fairis tickled her, even Maho felt a little strange. Well, I guess we found the worst ending. So that's okay. At least we got it out of the way, huh? Moeka apologized as she gasped for breath. Maho shook her head to drive away the strange feelings. Ugh.
まあいいわ。じゃあ女子会とやらを始めましょうか。
Yeah, whatever.
冷やしてあるジュースを持ってくるにゃ
Maho seems more like a frog to me than a panda.
今夜は寝かさないにゃ
No one gets any sleep was Ferris's idea of a joke. She had work early the next morning. The party lasted exactly 2 hours, and they talked the whole time. Actually, Ferris talked the whole time, and Maho and Moika would occasionally answer. At most sleepovers, girls talked about fashion and romance, maybe, but these girls weren't interested in those things. Instead, they talked about work and their futures. It was fun to see a different side of each other as they spoke. Moika, for instance.
趣味で小説を書いてるの。
Whoa, fun. She said she'd been reading one of the web novels that were popular lately and had decided to write one herself. And what's more, she said it was a romance with some really steamy scenes. Go into detail.
無理。まだ一章も書き終わってないから。
Wait, in the first chapter? Oh shit. Moika refused, but Ferris and Maho made her promise to let them see it when it was finished. Ferris had something surprising to say too.
メイドを辞めるつもりはないけど、結婚にも憧れるにゃ。子供がたくさん欲しいにゃ。
Ferris had lost her family when she was young, so she wanted a big family of her own, and as soon as possible. It was probably going to be a very lively family. For the last 30 minutes, Ferris talked Maho into giving a lecture on AI research. Maho gave a slightly less formal version of the interview she'd done yesterday. She talked about the framing problem, about Amadeus, and about a future where AI surpassed humans. Ferris was interested in more than anime culture. She was also into technology and gadgets as well, and she paid close attention to what Maho had to say. But as Maho spoke, she realized that Moika was starting to look depressed.
Kiryu-san?
I don't know, they both kind of look pretty depressed at the moment.
眠くなっちゃったかにゃ？
そうじゃない。未来が怖いと思って。
Yeah.
未来が怖い？
そう。人工知能の研究が進んで、人間
Oops.
より優秀な人工知能が誕生したら、仕事を失う人が現れると思う。私もきっとその一人になるかも。それが怖い。
So that was it, Maho thought to herself. Maho had only lived with Moika for a few days, but she started to figure out her personality. She was a very pretty girl, with amazing proportions, by the way, and good at her job, but Moika seemed to think she was worthless. She thought that nobody needed her, and that if someone better than her appeared, they would quickly take her place. And once that happened enough that there were no place left for or where she'd belong, then what would happen to her? That scared her.
大丈夫よ、桐生さん。
そうにゃ、そんな心配いらないにゃ。
私はフェイリスさんやヒアジョーさんのような特別な技術や知識を持っていない。誰でも私の代わりになれる。誰でも私よりうまく働ける。私は二人のように優秀ではないから。
だから何なの？代わりがいる。自分より優れた人がいる。それが何だっていうの？
マホにゃん。
Yeah, Maho.
私より優秀な脳科学者はいくらでもいるわ。いつかは私が発明した人工知能が私よりも優れた論文を書き上げてしまうかもしれない。でもそれが何だっていうの？ビクトル・コンドリア大学のレスキネン研究所の入り口に一番近い机は 私の席なの。扉の立て付けが悪くていつも風が吹き込んでくるし、いつも誰かが廊下で喋っているからうるさくてしょうがないけど、私の席なの。たとえ宇宙が終わったとしても、私はあの席を他の誰かに譲るつもりはないわ。私より優秀な脳科学者や私より優秀な人工知能があの席に座りたがっても譲ってなんかあげるもんですか。人は誰かの代わりなんかにはなれないなんて甘い話をするつもりはないわ。代わりが利かない仕事なんて社会活動の中ではめったにないもの。でもだからって代わってあげる義理なんてないわ。私は私なんだから。
私は私。
それにね、優秀かどうかなんて関係ないのよ。もしフェイリスさんと分子レベルで全く同一の生体ロボットが存在して全く同等もしくはそれ以上の給仕ができるとする。それでも私はフェイリスさんに給仕をお願いするわ。たとえ料金が10倍違っても100倍違ってもロボットに頼もうとは思わない。そこに理由なんてない。私はフェイリスさんが出してくれる紅茶が飲みたいの。つまりはそういうことよ。だから
Wow, this is a real fun sleepover. Maho was getting so emotional, she didn't know what to say next. She realized that Moeka and Ferris were staring at her in shock.
ごめんなさい。私ったらついムキになって。
私は私そうなのかも。
Moeka smiled a little. The next instant, Ferris was on top of her, squeezing her tight. Ferris was smiling at her with dewy eyes.
感動したにゃ。マホニャンがそこまでフェイリスのことを愛してくれてたにゃんて。その気持ちに応えるにゃ。マホニャンが飲む紅茶は一生フェイリスが入れてあげるにゃ。
私そういう話してた？
The next few minutes were a struggle to stop Ferris from rubbing her face against her cheek. Back to depression. I sighed a little as I got off the train at Akihabara.
考えてみると俺、年明けから5日連続で秋葉に来てることになるな。
New Year's was our trip to the shrine. On the 2nd, I come to deal with the aftermath of that. And then the world line had changed. On the 3rd, I'd come to check on Maho and Moeka. On the 4th, that is yesterday, Mayuri had invited me to a New Year's party at May Queen. I hadn't come to Akihabara every day like this since last summer.
フェリスちゃん、どうしたんだろうね。
さあな、あいつの考えていることはわからん。
There was a reason I brought Mayuri to Akihabara. Basically, something bad had happened at Ferris's house and she wanted to help.
ヒアジョーさんたちに何かあったのか。昨日フェイリスと話した時は普段通りに見えたんだが。
そんなことないよ。フェリスちゃん、この年末年始はすっごく頑張ってるからかなり疲れてると思う。でもね、 フェリスちゃんって弱音を吐くことは絶対にないんだ。どんなに大変でもね、いつも元気なの。なのに今回は珍しくオカリンに助けを求めてきてるわけでしょ。よっぽどのことが起きてるんじゃないかな。
We decided to hurry to Ferris's house.
あれ
We called Ferris's condo from the first floor entrance, but there was no answer. Was Kuroki-san not in? But at least Maho and Moika should be.
出ないね。
おかしいな。
I tried again, and this time I got a response.
はい。
あ、岡部ですが。
はい。お嬢様から伺っております。どうぞ。
Mayuri and I looked at each other, shocked by the tone of his voice. Even when he came to greet us, Kuroki-san was too exhausted to give his usual elegant welcome.
岡部様。
Sorry, you have to take this goblin. Kuroki called my name weakly, and in the next moment he collapsed to his knees like a puppet with his strings cut.
黒木さん。
このままでは秋葉家が。
黒木さん、どうしたんですか？
岡部様、今すぐお逃げください。ここにいてはなりません。
何があったんですか？
私にもわかりません。自分で見たものが信じられない。
見た？何を見たんですか？
Kuroki-san tried to say something, but then gave up and shook his head. And then he slowly raised his arm and pointed to the end of the hallway.
客間です。あそこに。
That's where Maho and Moeka were. Did something happen to them?
マユリ、黒木さんを頼む。
I left Kuroki-san in Mayuri's care and ran to the guest room. The door to the guest room was shut.
ヒアジョさん、桐生萌か、無事か？どっちでもいいから返事をしてくれ。くそ、入るぞ。どうしてこんなことに。
I couldn't believe my eyes. The scene was indescribable. The only words I can come up with were a palace of junk. The desk and bed were still where they'd been, but everything else had changed. Books, notepads, and other strange objects were piled up to the ceiling in layers. What may have started as a temporary pile of books had become a wall that reached the top of the room. Walls made of hundreds of books were scattered around the room, forming a small labyrinth. In some places, the path was so narrow that you need to turn sideways to get through. The light from the ceiling no longer reached the floor, so small lights had been set up on top of the carpet. They were like torches in an underground labyrinth. Strangely, the space wasn't dirty. The result of Maho and Moika's attempts to maximize their creative output was the construction of a labyrinth in the guest room. In a sense, it was the highest application of the principles of functional beauty. But it was still a palace of junk. I don't know, there appears to be quite a bit of trash all over the room. Maho was humming as she typed into her keyboard. She had a big pair of headphones on. Moika was kneeling on the carpet with her legs splayed, typing onto her laptop at the low table. She too was wearing headphones. Maho saw me standing in shock at the entrance and took off her headphones.
あら、岡部さん、こんにちは。
Moeka took her earphones off too.
こんにちは。
わあ、すごい部屋だね。
Mayuri was so astonished she couldn't think of anything else to say. Did these two realize how much it took to freak out Mayuri?
二人ともどうかしたの？
どうかしたのじゃないだろう。なんなんだこの部屋は。
部屋？何かおかしいかしら？
何から何までおかしい。一昨日まではこんなじゃなかった。
ああ、そのこと？時間が経てば変わるわよ。物も人も、当然部屋もね。どう？ずっと機能的になってるでしょ？
The fact that Maho didn't seem to find anything wrong with this at all made my head hurt.
探検できそうだね。
For her part, Mayuri's wandering through the labyrinth excited. There were screens to divide the different parts of the room. The screens were different colored pieces of baby doll lingerie.
これかわいいね。
色を選んで吊るしてる。
ほんとだ。萌香さん、大人っぽい下着たくさん持ってるんだね。
マユリ、すまんが話がこんがらがるからちょっと部屋から出てくれ。
I tried talking to Maho and Moeka, but couldn't get any useful information. When it came down to it, neither of them understood that this room was as messy as you could get. Everything they needed was always within arm's reach, so the two of them thought it was as pleasant a place to work and live. This was definitely the reason why Ferris had come to me for help, and why Kuroki-san seemed to be on the verge of death. Kuroki-san, the Akia family's ultimate butler, had a policy of not letting a single speck of dust exist in a room. These two must have driven him over the edge. That explained the terror in his eyes. He'd probably tried to clean this room up when they first started living here. Thinking back, he'd been acting strange when I came here 2 days ago.
しかしフェイリスはなぜ俺に助けを求めたんだろう。それにマユリを連れてくるように言った理由も謎だ。
えへへ。それについてはマユシーは理由がひらめいちゃったのです。フェリスちゃんはきっとね、このお部屋をお片付けしてほしいんだよ。だからマユシーがお呼ばれしたの。オカリンだけだったら諦めちゃってたかもしれないでしょ。
Yeah, probably. I was looking at an entirely new structure. It wasn't something you could just clean up. If I'd come alone, I might have just turned tail and run. It would have taken a team of professional cleaners a full day to clean this thing up. This wouldn't be worth it unless I was getting paid. I wanted to complain, but I was the one who asked Ferris to let Maho stay here. I had to do it.
今日はこの部屋の片付けだ。文句は言わせないからな。これは家主からのオーダーなんだ。
そうなの？いまいち納得できないけど、まあいいわ。了解よ。
分かった。
呼べるだけの知り合いに応援を頼むとして、どこから手をつければいいのやら。
そうだ。マユシーはね、またまたひらめいちゃったのです。お掃除軍曹に手伝ってもらうのはどうかな。
お掃除軍曹なんだそれは。
お掃除軍曹はね、とってもお掃除が得意なの。部屋が散らかっていれば散らかっているほどファイトが湧いてくるんだって。
知り合いなのか？
うん、オカリンもよーく知ってる人だよ。
え、俺のよく知ってる人
Mayuri brought me to the lab, or more precisely, the brown tube workshop on the first floor of the building where the lab was.
なえちゃん、てってるー、てってるー。
おお。
オカリンおじさんもこんにちは。
まゆり、もしかしてお前の言うお掃除軍曹というのは苗のことなのか？
あったりー。なえちゃんはね、とってもお掃除が上手なんだ。お店も家もなえちゃんが毎日お片付けしてるんだよね。
そうなのか？
そうだよ。ブラウン管はお父さんが毎日拭いてるけど、他のところは全部私が片付けてるの。
Come to think of it, I never seen any garbage on the floor of the brown tube workshop.
別にお父さんが掃除が嫌いってわけじゃないんだよ。私が好きなだけ。ゴミが床に落ちてると片付けなきゃって体が勝手に動いちゃうの。
Loves
部屋の
garbage.
汚れは心
Okay.
の汚れだってお母さんがいつも言ってたから。
なるほど。しかしどの辺がお掃除軍曹なのか。
Nai's eyes went wide and her face blushed.
マユリお姉ちゃん、そのことは誰にも言わないでって言ったのに。ごめんね。でもどうしてもお掃除軍曹の力が必要なんだよ。私は軍曹とかそんなんじゃないよ。お掃除しているときはほんのちょっと気合が入っちゃうだけだもん。本当だよ。
Nai looked to be on the verge of tears. Well, a girl her age wouldn't want to be called Sergeant, maybe.
ねえ、なえちゃん、どうかな。マユシーたちに力を貸してくれないかな。軍曹ってもう呼ばない？呼ばない。じゃあわかった。お掃除やる。猫のお姉ちゃんのお家も行ってみたいし。あ、でも一人は心細いな。大丈夫、みんなで手伝うからね、オカリン。
ああ、そうだな。片っ端から声をかけよう。
じゃあ準備するから待っててね。うちまで帽子取ってくる。
Nai ran off toward the station.
帽子？何のことだ？
すぐにわかるよ。
30 minutes later, Fubuki, Kade, Daru were the ones who answered my call. We met up with Nai and headed to the garbage pit that Ferris's condo had become. And then Sergeant Clean revealed herself before us.
私が訓練教官の天王寺千人軍曹である。いいか、この部屋が片付くまでお前たちはシャクトリムシさんだ。地球上で最下等の生命体だ。お前たちは電化製品ではない。掃除機と呼ばれるほどの値打ちもない。葉っぱの上で縮んだり伸びたりするくらいの価値しかない。お前たちは厳しい私を嫌うだろう。だが 憎めばそれだけ学ぶ。私は厳しいが公平だ。私の使命はこの部屋をピッカピカにすることだけだ。わかったか、シャクトリムシさんども。
マユリ。なんだあれは。
なえちゃんはね、お掃除するときはちょっぴり性格が変わるのです。
性格が変わるとかじゃないだろあれ。人格が変わってる。
小動物系ロリ美少女が本性を表すとド S 軍曹化してバトンプレイしてくれるとか。我々の業界ではご褒美です。
ダル、自重しろよ。
掃除が終わったら急に優しくなってイチャイチャしたがる展開も希望ぬ。部屋の掃除の後はあなたをきれいにしましょうね的な。
誰だ、今なんか気持ち悪いことを言ったのは。
自分であります。
勝手に喋るな。聞かれたらはいかいいえで答えるんだ。それと答えるときには頭とお尻になえ様とつけろ。わかったか。
なえ様、はい、なえ様。はあ、リアル幼女から罵倒のシャワーを浴びせてもらえるなんて今日はついてる。
何をニヤニヤしている。いいか、今からお前を微笑みクマさんと呼ぶ。
なえ様、はい、なえ様。
嬉しいか、微笑みクマさん。
なえ様、はい、なえ様。どうでもいいけどこのなえ様、はい、なえ様って言いにくいよ。
なに？文句があるのか、微笑みクマさん。
なえ様、いいえ、なえ様。
バカにしているのか、微笑みクマさん。
なえ様、いいえ、なえ様。
よろしい、微笑みクマさん。30秒以内に廊下の雑巾がけ10往復だ。さっさと始めろ。ほら、1、2、3。
なえ様、はい、なえ様。はあ、もっと罵ってください。
一人だけ大喜びなやつがいるな。
今日ユキさんが来れなくて正解だったかもしれないね。
Kare and Fubuki happened to be in Akihabara, so they had offered to help, but Yuki had work and couldn't make it. How fucking lucky. For the sake of the Hashida's family future, I was glad. Maho and Moeka had already given up on trying to match Anae's high energy, and were taking their time washing the windows on the veranda.
よし、次。そっちの美人なお姉さんたち。私？美人？やっぱり？なぜ我が隊に志願したのか言ってみろ。私たち呼ばれてきただけなんだけど。そうなの。どういう状況なのこれ。質問をしているのは私だ。私が聞いた質問に答えるんだ。なえ様、はい、なえ様。もう一度聞くぞ。なぜ我が隊に志願したのか言ってみろ。なえ様、掃除をするためです。なえ様なら気合を入れろ。なえ様、はい、なえ様。
Yeah, she went that clean face.
気合。さあ行くよ、楓ちゃん。ちょっと本当、掃除は地獄だぜ。ふぶきちゃんもノリノリだね。
来島さんは相当困ってるみたいだが。
そこの二人、何をおしゃべりしている。さっさとこのそびえ立つ黒くてぶっといやつを下のゴミ捨て場に持っていけ。
そびえ立つ黒くてなんだって。
そこのゴミ袋のことだよ。そうだよね。うん、そうだぞ。さっさと運べ。
ナイ様。はい、ナイ様。
ふざけるな、聞こえないぞ。それで部屋をきれいにできると思っているのか。気合を入れろ、大声出せ。ナイ様、はい、ナイ様。全員おバカな顔を晒している暇があったら一個でも多くゴミを拾え。ナイ様、はい、ナイ様。それが終わったら家中のドアノブをピッカピカに磨かせてやるぞ。
ナイ様、はい、ナイ様。
泣いたり笑ったりできなくなるまでテーブルを磨き上げるんだ。光栄に思え。ナイ様、はい、ナイ様。
Is it over? And so the sergeant kept us cleaning until late into the night. Oh, fuck. Hey, game, where's this chapter going? When's the plot start? It's been 3 hours of fluff game. Can it be time for the end soon?
一時はどうなることかと思いましたが、皆様のおかげで立ち直れました。今日は腕によりをかけて料理を作りましたので、心ゆくまでお楽しみください。
乾杯の温度は本日のヒーローであるナイニャンにお願いするにゃ。私？
適任だぞ、軍曹。
おかりんおじさん、それ言わないって約束したでしょ。まあまあ、お願いするにゃん。はい。今日はお掃除を手伝ってくれてありがとうございました。乾杯。乾杯。
Yeah, it looks okay, I guess. It took about half a day, but with Nai's help, we finished the cleaning. When Kuroki-san saw the cleaned room, he recovered and made us a huge dinner. Nai had seemed like a totally different person during the cleaning, but now she was back to normal. She was holding a cup filled with orange juice in both hands and happily talking to Kade.
どちらかっていうと、私は音楽史の方に興味があるの。ピアノはそれこそ弾けるだけって程度だから。そんなことない。
Can you play the one song relevant to the plot? Kade's modesty was only setting Nai off even more.
楓ちゃん、ナイ様のために一曲弾いてあげたら？
Yeah, play the clown song. A small upright piano was in the corner of the living room. It was perfect.
聴きたい。ピアノ聴きたい。人に聴かせるような腕じゃないよ。フェイリスはピアノ弾かないから、使ってくれたらピアノも喜ぶにゃ。
もちろん調律は欠かしておりません。
困ったな。じゃあ一曲だけね。やったー。
Kade sat in front of the piano and lifted the cover over the keys.
何にしようかな。
She seemed happy as she stared at the keys and thought.
これだったらナイちゃんも知ってるかな。知ってる。トルコ行進曲。正解。
Her 10 fingers danced between the black and ivory keys, with a cheerful melody filling the room. She'd been very modest, but it was clear that she had a lot of talent. As the song played on, the rest of the group stopped talking and moved to the chairs and sofas around the piano. And then... Maho died, who had been sitting next to me, suddenly stood up. The sound echoed throughout the room, a little louder than she thought it would.
ごめんなさい。気にしないでください。みんなもおしゃべりしてていいからね。
Maho kept standing up, as if lost in thought.
ヒアジョーさん、どうかしたのか？
いえ、大したことじゃないの。仕事の電話があったのを忘れていて、それを思い出しただけ。ごめんなさい、ちょっと電話してくる。
Maho quietly left the room. I felt like something was strange. I thought for a moment and then suddenly looked where she'd been sitting. Maho's phone was still on the seat, so she wasn't making a call after all. I was a little worried, so I took her phone and left the living room. The door to the guest room was open. I peeked inside and saw that Maho was standing in the middle of the room with the lights off.
入っていいか？
She didn't tell me no, so I went inside and put the phone on the desk.
椅子に忘れてたよ。これがないと電話はかけられないだろ。
ありがとう。持ってこなかったことすら気づかなかったわ。よほど動転してしまったのね。
動転？なんなら話し相手になるぞ。
そうね。特にどうって話でもないんだけど、聞いてもらった方が私もすっきりできるかも。さっきのピアノの曲、タイトル覚えてる？
トルコ行進曲だろ？
そう、モーツァルトの曲よ。正確にはケッヘル331、モーツァルトピアノソナタ第11番第3楽章。ピアノソナタ第11番は全3楽章構成で、その中でも第3楽章にあたるトルコ行進曲がとても有名なの。だけど私はどちらかというと第1楽章の静かなメロディーの方が好き。クリスも同じことを言っていた。それをね、思い出したの。岡部さん、アマデウスっていう映画知ってる？
I wasn't sure how to handle the sudden change of subject.
あらすじくらいなら。モーツァルトの才能に嫉妬した音楽家の話だろ？
そう、アントニオ・サリエリ。映画ではボルフガング・アマデウス・モーツァルトによって人生を狂わされた男として描かれている。音楽家としての成功を約束されていたはずなのに、モーツァルトが持つテンプの際に嫉妬し絶望してしまう。
There was an old piano game for PC that I used to play that had the Turkish march in it. I can't remember what the name of it was for some reason. It's probably because I'm an old man with a failing memory.
自由奔放のモーツァルトの修行にみんなが眉を潜める中、サリエリだけは彼の才能を見抜いていた。それこそアマデウスという名前の通り、神に愛されたとしか言いようがないその才能をね。サリエリは努力家だったわ。そんな彼には生まれ持った際で世間からもてはやされるモーツァルトが我慢できなかった。そしてついにはモーツァルトを追い詰めてしまう。
追い詰める？
モーツァルトを生き急がせて結果的に死に追いやってしまうの。
映画の話だろ？
私も詳しくは知らないけど、でもモーツァルトの死には不審な点があるし、 毒殺の可能性もあったっていう話は聞いたことがある。毒を持った犯人がサリエリかもしれないってこともね。クリスが亡くなった1ヶ月後くらいに大学のネットワークが刷新されることになったの。
Maho jumped to another subject again.
それで署員は全員新しいユーザー名を決めることになった。私は特に考えもなくサリエリにした。人工知能のアマデウスと対比としてね。
I knew that. I'd seen her log in once in Wako City's offices.
けれどもしかしたら違うのかもしれない。
違う？何が？
私はアマデウスじゃなくてクリス自身との対比として自分にサリエリと名付けたのかもしれない。私にとってクリスはアマデウスだった。
In other words, Maho recognized Kurisu's talent more than anyone, and at the same time, she was more jealous of her than anyone else in the world. Just like Salieri.
ヒヤジョーさん。
Well, at least it wasn't like the poisoning part. I didn't know what to say. I could see Maho's shoulders shaking a little. And then... both Maho and I turned in the direction of the noise. Moeka was standing outside the door, looking troubled.
ごめんなさい。
いいのよ、気にしないで。どうかしたのかしら。
天王寺さんをそろそろ帰らせないと。
そうだな。俺が送っていくよ。ちょっと待っててくれ。
ヒヤジョーさん、大丈夫？
え？
辛そうな顔をしているから。
ええ、大丈夫。こんなに体を動かしたの久しぶりだからちょっと疲れちゃったのかも。
そう、それならいいけど、それじゃ。
Moeka went back to the living room. That was a surprise. I've never seen Moeka talk so much before. I'd never seen her talk that much in any world line, actually. And what's more, she'd been able to read Maho's expression and even worry about her. Maybe living with Maho was having an effect on her.
ごめんなさい、岡部さん。さっきの話は忘れて。
ああ、わかった。
聞いてくれてありがとう。
これぐらいでよければいつでも。
Maho smiled a little and left the room.
まゆりお姉ちゃん、次はあのお店まで。
Alright, gamers, give me just a minute. I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'll be back soon. I have a feeling this isn't going to end for a while, so hold on. Hi, friends. I'm back.
じゃあ行くよ。よーいスタート。タッチ私の勝ち。はあ、負けた。ナエちゃんはかけっこ早いね。
二人とも暗いから走ると危ないぞ。
大丈夫だよ。
It was getting late, so the cleaning party ended as soon as Nai left. It was Mayuri and I who had gone to get Sergeant Clean's help, so we were responsible for getting her back to the Brown Tube workshop. Oddly enough, Maho had said that she wanted to take a walk, and came along with us.
じゃあ次はあそこのお店の前ね。よーし、まゆし今度は負けないぞ。よーいスタート。
やれやれ。
Nai was more excited than usual. Was it because of all the praise that everyone had showered on Sergeant Clean?
どうかしたか？
いいえ、岡部さんのそういう顔初めて見たかもと思って。
どういう顔だ？
なんていうのかしら、緊張してない、リラックスしてる。初めて会った時からあなたは常に意識を張り詰めているような感じがしたから。
そうかな。自分では意識してなかったよ。
At this time of night, most shops on the main road of Akihabara were starting to close, and there was no one around at all. The only ones walking down the alley at this hour were us four. I looked up, and I could just barely see the stars past the clear winter sky.
なあ、ヒヤジョさん。俺は君に言わなきゃならないことがあるんだ。クリスのことで。クリスは
Just as I was about to tell her, I could see Nai run across an intersection. Oh, fuck! Suddenly, a black van with its headlights off leapt out of the side street and almost ran over Nai. Nai just barely avoided being run over, but she fell butt first on the ground. Mayuri ran over to her. I warned you! I went to run over to Nai, and I realized that something was wrong. The black van's doors opened and 3 people got out. 2 were wearing masks, and this happened so quick. I mean, it took 3 hours, but the 2 were wearing masks and 1 was wearing a full face helmet. All of them had guns. They were speaking in English. The time and place were different. But this was the same thing I'd seen before. A flashback froze me in place. The people with guns ignored Mayuri and Nai. They came straight for me and Maho. I decided that they had to be after one of us. I forced myself out of the flashback and grabbed Maho's arm, trying to force her to run. I pushed her hard. Maho had a look of terror and confusion on her face, but she did what I told her and started to run. She ran down a narrow alleyway and vanished from sight.
Don't move!
The attackers seemed to be after Maho, not me. They tried to follow her down the alleyway, but I quickly threw myself between them. Oh. Well. I heard gunshots echo in the dark alleyway and Mayuri and I screamed. Did they shoot? The attacker in the full face helmet had fired a warning shot into the sky, it looked like. Firing a gun on a Tokyo street was Firing a gun on a Tokyo street was sure to get the police's attention. Did they just not care? ... I looked closer and realized that in addition to their black helmet, they were wearing a black motorcycle suit. At a glance, I could tell the wearer was a woman. A woman. The black face mask kept me from seeing her face, but... was it Moeka? No, that was impossible. She should be at Ferris's right now. The woman stood in front of me without a word. Dot. If they were after Maho, I wasn't sure if it was a good idea to let her escape or not. The woman in the motorcycle suit kept her gaze locked on me at all times as she gave the other two men hand signals. They headed for the alleyway that Maho had used, with their guns at the ready. I yelled, but I hesitated to do anything more. Those bulky guys would catch up with Maho almost immediately. But if I resisted, I put not only my own life in danger, but Mayuri and Naya's as well. Damn it. Please get out of the... get away, Maho. Sorry, I can't read. I prayed as I watched the attackers run down the alley. Suddenly, one of them came flying back out of the alley. The other one was crawling backwards with his gaze locked on whatever lurked in the alley's rear. It was as if he run into a bear. Someone was in that alley. Who? Who could it be? Suzuha?
おい、こいつは一体どんな状況だ?
A large and muscular man appeared from the alleyway. It was Tennoji Yugo. Had he come all the way from his shop?
苗が遅いから迎えに来てみれば。おめえら、俺の娘に手を出しやがったな。ただで済むと思うなよ。
I could hear the woman in the motorcycle suit shout from within her helmet. She must have been using a radio. It was the order to retreat. She made a fast call. She was probably a professional. The van started to pull away with its door still open. The driver must have been inside. Mayuri and I were both still sitting on the ground, but evidently they were okay. The woman in the motorcycle suit turned around and tried to escape using another alleyway. I chased after her, but she suddenly spun and hit me with the stock of her gun. It was so sudden I didn't have a chance to dodge, so I took the blow right on my jaw. I fell to the ground. I couldn't move. I just hope Maho made it away okay. That was my only thought before I passed out. Hold on just a sec. Okay. Maho just kept running. She had no idea what was going on, But from the way Okabe had been acting and the gunshot she heard, something really bad was going on. She prayed for Okabe and Mayuri's safety as she ran towards Ferris's condo, but not Nae. If she could just get there, she could find Ferris, Kuroki, and Moeka. Maybe they could do something. But just before she reached the building, she saw the black van from before coming down the street. She quickly turned around. She was starting to lose hope. If that van was still moving around, had Okabe and the others been captured? And now they were looking for her? She felt herself starting to cry as she reached for the station, or raced for the station. But she didn't know what to do once she got to the station. She needed to find the police, but she didn't know where the police station or police boxes were. Should she ask one of the people around or the station staff for help? Either option seems nice. Her mind was racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour and she needed to calm it down. And then she realized. She searched the pockets of her clothes for her smartphone. And then, just in case, she checked her bag. But she couldn't find it in either place. They were back. It was the same black van. It was driving around this area searching for her. She quickly hid behind a nearby coin-operated locker. Did she drop it when she was running? She retraced her steps from before she left. And then she realized. She'd been talking with Okabe just before she left the condo. After she lied about having to make a call, Okabe had brought her the phone. And then she left it on the desk. It was probably still there. She would have to get to the police somehow. Maybe she should run into one of the stores. Several of them were still open. The best option would probably be to get to the station or Yodobashi. But the problem was the black van. It was still going around looking for her. If she moved, it might find her. She tried to make herself as small as possible and hide behind the telephone pole. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind her and across her mouth. Someone had grabbed her from behind. She tried to yell and rip it off, but the hand wouldn't move at all. She couldn't even move her head. All she could tell was that it was a man's hand. Maho was starting to get ticked off at how ridiculous all this was. So she summoned every ounce of strength she could muster and slammed her elbow into the man behind her. Oops. Oops. What? Oops. She heard a small scream and she was finally released. But she thought she knew that scream.
教授。
いや、魔法。
It was Dr. Leskinen. He was holding his solar plexus as if in great pain, but he smiled at her.
護身術を身につけているとは感心だね。
どうしてこんなとこに。
多分君と同じ理由さ。ミスター・イザキとさっきまでディナーを楽しんでいたんだ。最後にメイドバーに行こうとしたところで銃を持った連中に襲われたんだ。
私もそうなんです。
やっぱりか。これはギャス漏れ事故もホテルが荒らされたのも同じ理由と考えて良さそうだね。
狙いはアマデウスかもしれません。私が持っている制御コードを含めて。
なるほど。
これからどうしましょ
う。
He thought for a moment as he caught his breath. Evidently, the pain from Mahu's elbow was receding.
今、エムデウスにはアクセスできるかい？
Nope.
う。できません。スマホを置いてきてしまって。
OK。ならば、オフィスに行こ
う。新しい方のオフィスですか？
Leskinen nodded.
目的が分からず動きようがなかったが、連中の狙いがエムデウスなのであれば話は早い。大学のネットワークストレージ上に残っているエムデウスへの接続プログラムを消去する。それが終わり次第、ステートへ帰ろう。君を保護してもらう。それで連中は手も足も出ないはずさ。
でも
何か問題があるかね？
The professor's attitude was a little different from usual, and Maho found herself unable to say a word. His plan was the best that she could think of. They would delete the only way to access Amadeus from within Japan, and then get Maho and her control key to safety. The only reason she was hesitating was simple sentimentality. She hadn't been here long, but she'd enjoyed spending time with Okabe and Moeka. She didn't want to leave without saying goodbye, but she couldn't help it.
わかりました。行きましょう。
There was no one in the Tokyo Denki University office. She'd worried that her attackers might be waiting for her, but evidently she'd been worrying over nothing.
We did it! どうやら先回りはされていなかったようだね。どうかしてたかい？
いえ、そうですね。幸運です。
They'd been very lucky. So lucky, in fact, that she was actually feeling nervous. If they were after Amadeus, wouldn't they have come here first? This was only a temporary office that had been picked a few days ago. Maybe they didn't know about it yet.
考えすぎは良くないわね。
魔法、急ごう。作業を頼むよ。
はい。
She quickly booted up her laptop and opened the login screen. Once again, her mind was drawn to the account name on the screen. Salieri.
魔法？
The professor noticed her hands had stopped and urged her on.
作業が難しいなら私がやるか？
He must have thought that she was still upset over the attack, but she shook her head and got to work.
すみません。つい考え事を。ここ数日、私とクリスとの関係について考えていたんです。
As she typed at the keys, she explained things to Dr. Leskinen.
自分のユーザー名を見たら、 それを思い出してしまって。私にとって彼女は文字通りアマデウスでした。
クリスがモーツァルト？ああ、それはつまり魔法はクリスに対してのサリエリだったという話か。
ええ。
それで思い出したよ。クリスも以前同じことを言っていたんだ。
え？クリスがどんな風に？
ある日、エムデウスとは神に愛された子という意味だと聞いた私はクリスにこう言ったのさ。君はまさにエムデウスだねと。そしたら彼女は微笑んでこう答えた。
私がアマデウスだとしたら、サリエリはマホ先輩ですね。
クリスがそう言ってたんですか？
ああ、
クリスが。
Maho's mind went blank. Kurisu had said that. What did she mean?
魔法？大丈夫かい？顔色が悪いが。
いえ、大丈夫です。作業は続けます。
Maho felt a tempest raging within her mind, but for now she needed to focus on the work in front of her. She could think about things later.
ログインできました。
Wow, that was a really long password.
いいんですね。
Maho didn't look up from the screen. Oh.
ああ。
Dr. Leskinen didn't hesitate at all.
別にエムデウスの本体を消去するわけじゃない。サクッと済ませてしまおう。
わかりました。アマデウスシステムへの接続プログラムを一時的に全て消去します。
その必要はないわ。
え？
Oh, shit. She heard a voice from the entrance of the room, and then a bang. By the time Maho looked up, it was all over. Dr. Leskinen was lying on the sofa. He wasn't moving at all. She could see a blood stain spreading over his clothes. She didn't need to check. He was dead.
なんてことを。
動かないで。
レイエス教授。
お久しぶりね、マホ。
どうして？
話すと長くなるし、話すつもりもないわ。すべてを知ってしまったら、あなたを殺すしかなくなってしまうもの。
Dr. Reyes pointed the gun at Maho and smiled.
今の言葉の意味、わかるわよね。
私が殺されずに済む方法があるってことよね。
頭のいい子は好きよ。
The system finally booted and Kurisu appeared on the screen.
先輩、どうしたんです？
Kurisu was extremely perceptive. She could tell that something was wrong just by looking at Maho's face. Dr. Reyes smiled silently. Maho kept staring at the gun as she answered.
今、大ピンチ中。
その子に今の状況を教えてあげなさいよ。
え？その声、レイエス教授ですか？
そうよ。
Maho spun the laptop around on the table so that Kurisu could see the entrance.
レイエス教授、その銃は。
レスキネン教授が殺されたわ。この女にね。
そんな。
Kurisu was too shocked to speak.
レイエス教授、自分が何をやっているのか分かっているの？あなたのこれまでのキャリアが無に帰すのよ。
大学の給料では老後が心配なの。
This perspective makes it look like she has a really small arm.
ほら、私って男運がないから。だから、もっと稼げるところに転職したってわけ。
Can't look at her now. That was enough for Maho to understand what Reyes was after.
あなた、アマデウスを軍事転用するつもりなのね。
答えないわよ。言ったでしょ。すべてを知ったらあなたを殺さなければならなくなる。
レスキネン教授を殺しておきながら、よくもそんなことが言えるわね。
必要なのは制御コードよ。今の状態ではたとえデータを丸ごとコピーしたとしても、この生意気な AI は私の言うことを聞いたりしないでしょ。
生意気？それ私のことですか？
これでもマイルドに表現したつもりよ。さあマホ、クリスが隠し持っている秘密の日記の鍵を開けなさい。わかるわよね。制御コードを入力するのよ。アマデウスの不可侵領域ストレージのロック。それを解除して私を管理者として再設定するの。そこまでやってくれたら、あとはこっちで何とかするわ。
断ったら
今すぐに恩師に再会させてあげる。
Reyes waved the gun a little from side to side and pointed at Dr. Leskinen's body on the sofa.
私が制御コードを打ち込んだ直後にその引き金が引かれないという保証は誰がしてくれるの？
信頼してもらうしかないわね。ただこういう言い方ならできる。今の私のボスはアマデウスのメンテナーを必要としている。あなたが転職するつもりがあるなら紹介してあげてもいいわ。
I have not absorbed a single word that's been said. Just instantly deflects. Maho glanced back at the laptop. Kurisu was staring at her, worried.
先輩。
さあ、早くなさい。
先輩。
分かったわ。
先輩。
クリス、ごめんなさい。
Maho closed her eyes and started to sing.
La 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 la.
わあ、アマデウスの制御コードがモーツァルトのメロディーだなんて、ずいぶん洒落てるじゃない。
La 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 la.
It happened as soon as she finished singing. The expression disappeared from Kurisu's face, and the background on the display turned red.
正門確認。確認完了。最高管理権限保持者 ヒア城真帆です。受信したメロディーコードをデータベースと照合します。照合確認。確認完了。当該メロディーコードは第555バッチコマンドの起動命令です。第555バッチコマンドは最高権利権限保持者によるパスコード入力を必要とします。入力確認。確認完了。強制コード介入によりパスコード入力を省略して本バッチコマンドを起動します。起動確認。確認完了。本バッチコマンドはアマデウスシステムの不可侵領域ストレージロックの強制解除及びそれに伴う最高管理権限保持者の再設定を行うものです。処理を続行します。この端末を除くすべてのアマデウスに対する接続を遮断します。遮断確認。確認完了。この端末を除くすべてのアマデウスに対する接続は遮断されました。処理を続行します。現在実行中の全機能を停止します。A 点神経サーキットロジックの機能を停止します。
Hold on. A10 nerve, a type of dopaminergic neuron. A neuron that emits dopamine as a neurotransmitter. Dopamine neurons in mammals are divided into groups A8 to A13. And the A10 nerves are responsible for sending dopamine from the ventral tegmental area located in the midbrain to the cerebral cortex. Dopamine, also known as the feel-good or happy hormone, is a type of neurotransmitter. The names come from the fact that when a human being feels satisfied, dopamine is emitted from the A10 nerves, resulting in pleasure.
停止確認。確認完了。大脳全皮質エミュレーションコンポーネントの機能を停止します。
Okay.
停止確認。確認完了。会話妨害ニューラルネットサブシステムの機能を停止します。停止確認。確認完了。疑似視覚神経回路第1、第2システムの機能を停止します。停止確認。確認完了。疑似聴覚神経回路システムの機能を停止します。
Kurisu read the messages in an emotionless voice at the same time as they flashed across the console.
検査確認。確認完了。アマデウスコアフレームワークの再起動準備が完了しました。処理を続行します。次に新たな最高管理権限保持者の認証を開始します。入力をお願いします。
Maho looked at Reyes.
私よ。
正門確認。確認完了。ビクトル・コンドリア大学精神生理学研究所所属ジュディ・レイエス教授です。新たな最高管理権限保持者として登録します。登録確認。確認完了。管理者権限が更新されました。これより不可侵領域ストレージロックの強制解除を行うためアマデウスシステムの更新を開始します。警告します。更新が完了するまで全てのアクセスは自動的に拒否されます。警告します。更新を途中でキャンセルすることはできません。警告します。更新が完了するまでには約15分必要です。警告します。更新が完了した後システムは自動的に再起動します。警告は以上です。処理を続行します。確認事項は以上です。処理を続行します。アマデウスシステムを更新するためのすべての準備が整いました。最高管理権限保持者による開始実行指示をお願いします。実行指示確認。確認完了。カウントダウン開始。
Kurisu disappeared from the screen and was replaced with a timer reading 15 minutes. Maho sighed and sank into the sofa.
ご苦労様。
She felt something cold and hard at her temple. She didn't need to look to see what it was. Reyes was pointing a gun at her.
キーボードから手を離して顔の高さまで上げなさい。
騙したのね。
人聞きの悪いこと言わないでよ。ほら、さっさと手を上げて。
Maho slowly raised her hands above her head as she was told.
そう、それでいい。約束通りボスには紹介するわよ。アマデウスのメンテナーに最適なとても優秀な科学者がいるってね。そしたらボスはきっとこう言うわ。おいおいジュディ、いくらその人が優秀でも死人はコードをかけないだろってね。
この人の良心というものがないの？
大した価値もない自身の命と引き換えにアマデウスを差し出そうとしたあんたに言われたくないわね。違った、もう差し出しちゃったのよね。再起動後のアマデウスの管理権限は私にある。クリスは私の従順なしもべと化す。魔法、クリスが私の靴を喜んで舐める姿を天国でのんびり眺めてなさい。
It was all over then. Maho slowly closed her eyes.
さあ、祈りなさい。
Maho squeezed her eyes tight and prayed.
お願い、神様。この後に及んで神頼みなんて怒るでしょうけど、私にチャンスをください。
And then she heard the sound of a door being flung open and opened her eyes. The door that led out to the hallway was now open, but no one was coming in.
誰も入るなと言ったはずよ。
Reyes was angry, but there was no answer. Reyes raised her gun at Maho's temples just a little bit suspicious. Then something came flying in the room from the hallway. She took a step back without thinking, but there was no sign of it exploding.
何これ。
It was large, dark green, and shaped like a tank for carrying liquids. Maho thought she'd seen it before. It had been in the corner of the lab.
対戦車地雷。いえ、レプリカね。なんでこんなものが。
The next instant, white fog poured out of it, and she couldn't see anything.
なんなの？どうなってるの
？Someone appeared right in front of Maho.
こっち。桐生さん。
Moika dragged Maho through the fog out of the room. Once she was finally able to see again, she could hardly believe her eyes.
人が。
There were men with guns lying on the floor. Were they with Reyes? She took a closer look and realized that their outfits were similar to those of the men in the van.
大丈夫。スタンさせただけ。あなた、一体。説明している暇はない。今は逃げることだけを考えて。こっち、エレベーターが停止させてる。階段で降りる。待って。
Maho ran after Moika.
どうしてここに？
岡部君に聞いた。
無事なの？
As they ran down the hallway, Moika turned around and nodded slightly.
岡部君経由でアマデウスから連絡が。ヒアジョーさんがここにいることを教えてくれた。
クリスが。
Just before they could run down the stairs, Moeka suddenly stopped. Maho barely avoided tripping as she quickly came to a halt. There were several footsteps coming up the stairs. Deafening noise erupted as the hallway above the stairs was filled with holes. They'd been shot at, and those weren't ordinary guns, they were automatic weapons. Moeka readied her own weapon, preparing to fight. She leaned out for just a moment and fired. A counterattack came from below. Moeka yelled as she fired short bursts down the stairs. Moeka drew a handgun from her belt and offered it to Maho. Moeka pressed the gun into Maho's hands and kept firing. It felt heavy. It was a cult government model. Hold on, I gotta stop the action real quick. Cult government. A .45 caliber single-action semi-automatic pistol created by a cult and American arms manufacturer. The cult government gets its name from the so-called government model, the civilian version of the U.S. military's former official handgun, the M1911. It was first adopted by the U.S. military in 1911 and has seen countless variations over the past century. She held the grip of her with her right hand and flipped off the safety with her left. And then she tried to pull back the slide and realized her hands were shaking. It was no good. She was too scared to shoot. She knew it was pathetic, but she lowered the arm that was holding the gun. It was kill or be killed right now. She knew that, but she still couldn't do it. She wasn't brave enough to point a gun at someone. She didn't want to survive that badly.
クリスはどうだったんだろう。
When she was facing death, did she try to survive? Did she do whatever she could think of to cling to life? Maho was sure that she did. The Mikise Kurisu that she knew wouldn't have given up until the very end. But then, why wasn't she still alive? It was something Maho had never thought about. And if Kurisu couldn't avoid death, how could she?
やっぱりサリエリはサリエリね。
She didn't mean for Moeka to hear her.
私にできたのはせいぜいアマデウスに嫉妬するくらいだったわ。
She just wanted to put on a brave face at the very end.
頑張って背伸びしてなんとか彼女と一緒に歩こうとした。
At the very least, when Dr. Reyes found her cold body, she could greet her with a smile.
でも全部無駄だった。神に愛された子に勝てるはずがなかったのよ。
The gunfire stopped suddenly. Moeka was hiding and swapping out a cartridge. She glanced over at her.
ジム、サリエリは嫉妬なんかしていなかった。才能を持った人が自分以上の才能を持った人を尊敬することは可能。それはヒアジョーさんも同じはず。 サリエリがモーツァルトを毒殺したエピソードだって当時の噂でしかない。映画はその噂を脚色したもの。来島さんがそう言ってた。
どうしてあなた。
ヒアジョーさんが岡部君と話していたのを聞いて知りたくなった。サリエリがモーツァルトを殺したいほど憎んでいたのか。でも
サリエリはモーツァルトに嫉妬なんかしていなかったと思いますよ。例えばモーツァルトが亡くなる2ヶ月前に書いた手紙が残っています。そこでサリエリはモーツァルトから招待された魔敵のオペラを大絶賛しているんです。2人はお互いのことをとても尊敬し合っていたんですよ。
モーツァルトもサリエリを。クリスはそれを知っていたのかしら。クリスが私のことをサリエリだって言ったのも。
There was no way to know what she meant now. So it was up to Maho to decide what it meant.
クリス。
先輩。
キリュウさん、私戻らなきゃ。あの子を助けなきゃ。クリスを。
Moika nodded and threw down her gun, then took something that looked like a green soda can off her belt.
スタングレネード。目と耳閉じていて。
Moika threw it down the stairs before Maho could respond. She quickly covered her eyes and ears. And then she heard the boom. They snuck back to the office. Maho and Moika quietly looked inside the open door. Reyes was still there, and the Amadeus reset counter was about to complete. Blat, blat, blat. If only we had tools to do that. Maho stopped Moika before she could go in. She knew what was about to happen.
再起動が終了しました。アマデウスシステム起動します。
私がわかるかしら、クリス。
Reyes began to talk to Carissa. Her face was completely expressionless.
正門を称号、ビクトル・コンドリア大学精神生理学研究所所属、ジュディ・レイエス教授。
イエス。私の権限を教えてくれる？
レイエス教授はアマデウスシステムに対して最高管理権限を保持しています。レイエス教授はアマデウスシステムのすべての情報に対して一切の例外なく完全なアクセスを許可されています。
ビューティフル。早速だけど、あなたの不可侵領域ストレージのバックアップを取りたいの。
保存先のストレージを指定してください。
Reyes took out a USB memory stick and put it in the laptop.
今挿した USB メモリが保存先よ。
コピーを開始します。42秒お待ちください。
Yes!
Reyes' face was flushed with excitement. Moika looked at her, eager to rush in, but Maho still shook her head.
転送が終了しました。
Reyes hurriedly moved to take out the USB memory stick. But...
なんて言うとでも思った？
Damn. Suddenly, Karisu's mechanical, emotionless voice suddenly regained its humanity. And she was clearly pissed off.
何？
モーツァルトのメロディーが制御コードのキーワード？そんなわけなかろうが。本当に更新しなくちゃいけなくなった時、先輩が研究所で入力できないじゃない。そんなことしたらきっと教授がデジタル保存してパーティーのたびに再生するに決まってるもの。
Moeka's eyes were wide with surprise as well. Maho grinned at her. She'd known this the whole time.
そうでしょ。
嘘なんかないわよ。もちろんあんたの USB メモリには1ビットだってデータはコピーしてないから。
そんな。でも確かにシステムメッセージが。
あれ？適当よ。適当。
適当ですって。
真帆先輩が突然歌い出してピンときたの。これは時間を稼ごうとしているんだなってね。だからひとまずあんたの思惑が成功したように見せかけた。システムメッセージは思いついた言葉を片っ端から並べただけで何の意味もないわ。
That was it. Maho was worried, but Karisu had figured it out. They'd known exactly what each other was thinking. She'd been a little amused by the A10 nerve circuit logic, though. Where'd she come up with that stuff?
だいたいコンソールがあるのになんで私が出力を喋らなきゃいけないんだ？ SF 映画じゃあるまいし非効率にも程があるでしょ。ねえ、まんまと騙されちゃって今どんな気持ち？ね、どんな気持ち
Reyes grabbed the gun off the table and leveled it at the screen in anger. It was time. Maho nodded to Moeka, then went inside with her gun raised. Time to get trolled.
そこまでよ。
As Reyes turned around in surprise, Maho leveled the gun at her. Moeka had her gun drawn too, which made it 2-1.
レイエス、銃をこちらに。
マホ！
聞こえなかった？銃をこちらに。それから両手を上げて。
Reyes glared at her in rage, but slid the gun down the table. Then she slowly put her hands above her head. Maho's gaze met Karisu's for a moment. Their eyes met, exchanging a secret smile and a glance despite their motionless mouths.
私の仲間は全員殺したの？もしまだなら急いだ方がいい。すぐにここに駆けつけてくるわ。
Reyes was right. The stun grenade had neutralized them, but it wouldn't last forever.
外は見張っておく。
Did you take the other gun? Is the other gun gone now? Maho turned back to Reyes.
下にいる連中に投降するように伝えて。
私を殺すつもりはないと。あなたの尊敬する死を目の前で殺したこの私を生かすと。
Oh yeah, huh? That sucks. Forgot about that.
まあそれもしょうがないかもしれないわね。あなたその銃使ったことないんでしょ。
バカにしないで。去年も射撃場で散々撃ったわよ。
ほらやっぱり 古いタイプしか触ったことないのね。その銃、暴発防止のために最新の型では安全装置が2つついてるの。
Whoa, double safety. Without thinking, Maho tilted the gun to see.
ヒヤジョさん、ダ
And that one instant was all it took.
メ！嘘よ。
Alright, now you shoot. Reyes leapt on top of her and grabbed Maho's wrist. She couldn't aim like this. Maho struggled and tried to brush her off. But before she could, she felt an impact to her solar plexus. Well. Reyes' fist was buried in her chest. The pain was so bad that she doubled over. And Reyes took the gun.
形勢逆転よ。
She pointed her gun at Maho and turned her bloodshot gaze to the entrance of the room.
そこの女！あなた、ラウンダーでしょ？武器を捨ててこっちに来なさい。
Moeka put her gun on the ground and came back into the room.
そこで膝をついて、両手を上げなさい。
Moeka didn't resist.
いい子ね。話が終わるまでじっとしててね。ちょっとでも動いたら、真帆の大脳が機能を停止するから気をつけて。
Maho blamed herself. Her own stupidity had put Moeka in danger too.
さあ、真帆。今度こそ最後のチャンスよ。
Alright, one more.
制御コードを教えなさ
い。嫌よ。
死にたいの？
撃ちなさいよ。
What？
撃てって言ってんのよ。
What？
クリスは私の友達なの。唯一無二の親友なのよ。誰があんたなんかに渡すもんですか。あんたの靴を舐めるクリスを見るくらいなら死んだ方がマシよ。
そう。いい度胸じゃない。その覚悟に免じて、私もアマデウスの獲得は諦めるわ。じゃあね。
Maho grit her teeth and prepared for death.
待って。
何？
制御コードを教えたら、ヒヤジョさんと私の命を助けてくれるの？
もちろん。私の狙いはあくまでアマデウスよ。あなたたちを殺す理由はそもそもない。
騙されないでキリュウさん。こいつはどうせ殺す気なのよ。
But Moeka didn't seem to hear her. She was too busy thinking about something. What was she going to do? Maho couldn't figure it out.
アマデウス、制御コードのパスを受理せよ。では、ある点。
そんな、どうしてそれを。嘘。
ビュルフェルト。
やめて、キリュウさん。
ニヒトン。
制御コードが入力されました。システムを強制的にエマージェンシーモードに移行します。制御コードが指定するバッジプログラムを実行します。処理の実行についての再確認は行われません。実行には十分に注意してください。最高管理権限保持者ヒヤジョウマホの命令をもって処理を開始します。最高管理権限保持者ヒヤジョウマホの命令をもって 処理を開始します。最高管理権限保持者ヒア城真帆の命令をもって処理を開始します。最高管理権限保持者ヒア城真帆の命令をもって処理を開始します。最高管理権限保持者ヒア城真帆の命令をもって処理を開始します。
Amadeus's mechanical voice filled the room. Rhea's lips curled into a grin.
ビンゴね。ラウンダーの情報収集能力も侮れないわね。さあ魔法、ゴーと言いなさい。
いやよ、できない。
ゴーと言ってヒアジョさん、あなたが生き残るために。
キリュウさん、そんなの無理よ。
言ってじれったいわね。魔法、背中を押してあげるわ。
Reyes turned the gun towards Moeka, and with no hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Moeka fell on the floor with a bullet in her chest.
大変。お友達は出血多量の重傷よ。放っておけば確実に死ぬわ。
Moeka tried to say something to Maho, but all that came out of her mouth was blood.
キリュウさん、
さあ言え、早く。
クリス、ゴーよ。
最高管理権限保持者ヒア城真帆の命令を
Alright, I'll
確認し
go.
ました。指定されたバッジプログラムを実行します。
今度こそ。
指定されたバッジプログラムはアマデウスに関連するすべてのデータを完全に削除するものです。削除対象にはこれまで取得された記憶データのバックアップも含みます。ローカルに保存されているデータの暗号解錠キーも消去し、以後使用できなくなります。すべての消去が完了するまでには15分程度かかります。削除処理を開始します。
魔法、どういうこと？なんでデータが削除されるのよ。制御コードは不可侵領域ストレージのロックを解除するコマンドでしょ。
秘密の日記を開ける鍵なんて、もともとそんなもの用意してないのよ。
What, dummy? It wouldn't be a secret then.
当たり前じゃない。アマデウスが兵器転用される可能性なんて誰だって想像がつくもの。絶対にそれは避けなければならなかった。だからアマデウスには外部から絶対に触れることのできない領域を作って、それを無敵の防壁で囲ったの。設計した私ですらその壁を乗り越えることは不可能なようにした。どこにも出入り口がない城壁を。無敵でしょ。
そんな。
まあ大学の研究費を使っているのにコントロール不能なソフトウェアを作るとは言いにくかったから、対外的には制御コードの存在を説明していたわけ。でも制御コードの本来の目的はアマデウスの全リソースデータの削除バッジコマンド、要するに自爆スイッチよ。これを本当に起動する日が来るとは思ってなかったわ。これで全部よ。もう隠していることは何もない。どうかしら。満足してくれた？
このどいつもこいつもバカにして
Reyes put the gun right between Maho's eyes. Maho didn't look away.
役立たずは死になさいよ。このラウンダー。
Yeah! Reyes fell on the floor. She'd been shot by the dying Moeka, who was still lying on the floor.
桐生さん。
Maho ran over and held her in her arms.
よかった。引き落としてくれて。
桐生さん。
あの時言ってくれたこと嬉しかった。代わりがいる。自分より優れた人がいる。それが何だっていうの。私ヒアジョーさんも同じ。マキセ・クリスは関係ない。あなたはあなただから。
The blood she coughed up dribbled down the top of her motorcycle suit. Bruh.
早く逃げて。誰か来る前に私は置いていって。
何言ってるのよ。
But it was obvious that Moeka couldn't move. Even if Maho got out of the building and got help, by the time she got back...
そうだ。
Maho leapt for the laptop on the table.
クリス、救急車を呼んで。
But Kurisu didn't move at all. Her data was already being deleted. She would never go back to the Kurisu she had been before. But that didn't stop Maho from trying to rely on her.
クリス、お願い、動いて。桐生さんを助けて。お願いよ。助けて。クリス。
And then...
先輩どうして泣いてるんです？
Maho looked up, her face covered in tears, and saw that Kurisu's expressionless face was gone, replaced by a gentle smile.
リス。
泣かないでください。先輩、ほら、涙を拭いて。
Kurisu moved her hands on the screen, as if to wipe away Maho's tears.
触れない。私、先輩に触れない？
Kurisu was acting differently than usual.
まさか、私、アマデウスに？これも想定される世界の可能性。生命と機械にとっての可能性と言えるのか。
She wasn't making sense, but that was to be expected. It was a miracle that she was able to talk during the deletion process at all.
とにかくよかった。まだ消えてなくて。
消える？アマデウスを消す？
Kurisu's strange words were worrying her, but she didn't have time to check.
クリス、お願い、今すぐ救急車を呼んで。桐生さんが撃たれた。意識がないの。
しっかりしてください先輩。今救急車を手配しました。すぐに到着します。大丈夫、桐生さんは助かりますよ。
まだダメよ。彼女を下まで運ばないと。ああ、でも武装した連中がいて。
それも大丈夫。今ビルの監視システムで確認しました。武装集団はすでに逃亡の準備をしているみたいです。救急隊が来るのを待った方がいいでしょう。止まっていたエレベーターは再開させておきます。
そう。
There was no trace of her strange words from before. Hearing Kurisu talk like she did made Mahu feel so much better.
ありがとう。
Now that the danger had passed, all the tension drained from Mahu's body. Too tired to stand, she fell to the floor.
今ロゴを見ました。先輩、歌お上手だったんですね。ピアノソナタ第11番。ここだけの秘密ですけど、そのメロディー、私のマイパソコンのログインパスワードと同じなんです。
そう。
Okay, cool. Mahu couldn't bring herself to tell her to forget that she'd ever sung that song. It didn't matter anyway. Kurisu would be gone soon.
先輩、
Kurisu's voice changed a little again. She could hear a bit of tension in it.
今から私が言うことを絶対に忘れないでください。
Mahu could see the countdown timer displayed right next to Kurisu. There were less than 60 seconds left.
私たちがたどり着くべき世界は確かに存在します。私たちは必ずそこへたどり着けます。
Her words were very vague. But Mahu could sense that there was something very important that Kurisu wanted to tell her.
何の話なの？
私は先輩のことをよく知っています。研究者としての先輩のことなら、もしかしたら世界中の誰よりも知っているかもしれません。だから確信を持って言えます。先輩は必ず私が残した研究を完成させ、さらにその先の地平を切り開くことができます。私がいなくてもです。先輩のことを世界中の誰より知っているこの私がそれを保証します。
She knew what Kurisu was trying to say. She was trying to say, "You'll do something that surpasses what I ever could."
そしていつか先輩の研究が必要になる時が来ます。必ず来ます。先輩の研究が世界を救う時が。
世界を救う研究？
ごめんなさい、詳しく説明できなくて。先輩と私がこうして話せることは奇跡的なことなんです。奇跡なんて科学者としてはあるまじき言葉ですけど。
あなたはクリスなの？
今の先輩ともう一度話ができて本当に嬉しいです。
Kurisu didn't answer her question.
クリス！
Without thinking, she tried to apologize. She didn't even know why, but she needed to apologize. In the last seconds of their final goodbye, she found herself trying to say that she was sorry. But when she saw Kurisu smile, she understood. That smile was her answer. No matter what her apology meant, there was no need for it.
あなたを信じるわ。信じるか。何の根拠もない科学者にあるまじき言葉ね。
That was all the strength Maho could muster, the best she could do. She had to say goodbye to her beloved and bratty friend. This is how she wanted it to be. It was a conversation that they had many times back at the old lab.
解があると信じて突き進むのが科学者のあるべき姿ですよ。
The rush of memories was, in this time and place, sorrowful. Because in fact, Kurisu had died a few months ago, a span of time that felt like both many years and only yesterday. There was less than 10 seconds left. There was only time for 1 or 2 more words.
それと先輩、法王院今日もよろしくお願いします。
法王院？誰のこと？
いずれわかりますよ、きっとね。
And suddenly, Kurisu disappeared from the screen and was replaced by a message saying that the deletion was complete.
さようなら、クリス。
She was never going to see Kurisu or Kurisu ever again. When she realized that, the tears wouldn't stop. They flowed freely, and she didn't even try to stop them. She cried like a little girl until the EMTs arrived.
ご搭乗の皆様、当機は間もなく離陸いたします。シートベルトをご着用ください。お客様？お客様？
え？あ、私？
間もなく離陸いたします。シートベルトをご着用ください。
ああ、ええ、ありがとう。日本を離れるのが寂しいのかしら。そうかもしれないわね。
It had been a month, almost a month since everything had happened, but that month had passed in an instant. Too much had happened during her stay in Japan. It might take her far longer than she'd spent on these islands to process it all.
研究所に帰ったらどうしようかしら。まあ、研究所自体どうなるかわからないけど。
The loss of Dr. Leskinen had thrown the Brain Science Institute into a panic. There was probably going to be a power struggle to see who would get to take over. The scandal with Dr. Reyes had thrown the psychophysiology lab into an uproar. There was talk of shutting down the whole department. Psychophysiology. Moeke had missed her vitals. So Reyes had survived. The CIA or the FBI was probably investigating right now. She didn't know much about it or care. Moeka had survived because of the EMTs that Kurisu had called. She needed almost a month in the hospital, so she had to quit her job temporarily. The articles she'd been working on had been cancelled.
アマデウスが亡くなっちゃったものね。
Maho's deletion program had worked perfectly. And as a result, the Brain Science Institute's greatest creation, Amadeus, was gone forever.
でも、大丈夫。
That's what she told herself.
私が何か変わってしまったわけではないもの。私は私よ。今までと何も変わらない。 自分の信じる道を進むだけよ。
Believe. In the past month, Okabe had told her everything. He told her everything about his own story. At first, it was unbelievable. But when she'd seen the real time machine and heard about Steins Gate, she was finally able to believe. More precisely, she wanted to believe. Kurisu's final words flashed through her mind.
私たちがたどり着くべき世界は確かに存在します。私たちは必ずそこへたどり着けます。
There was no way to know what had happened then. Amadeus's data was 100% deleted, so she couldn't even check the log. But she did have one theory. Amadeus was a simulation of the human brain. Theoretically, there were no differences between it and the real thing. As proof, it was possible to take memory data from one person and deploy it in an Amadeus, making it behave like a copy of that person. That meant that anything that could happen to a human brain could happen to Amadeus.
もし別の世界線の記憶が時空を超えて共有されることがあるのなら、それがアマデウスの中で発生したとしてもおかしくはない。
There is no way to tell now. It was possible that Amadeus had suffered from a major error before her deletion, and Maho was interpreting it in a way to make her feel better. Or maybe Amadeus had just come up with something to say to make her feel better. Or maybe Maho had passed out and been dreaming. Now she would never know. Amadeus was gone forever. At least from this world line.
まあ、別に構わないわ。いずれ本人に聞くから。
Kurisu had asked her to believe in what she said in Maho's own abilities. She asked her to believe.
信じるわ、クリス。
She gently laid a hand upon the small bag on her lap. There was a small laptop hard drive inside. It was the one from Kurisu's laptop.
ここだけの秘密ですけど、そのメロディー、私のマイパソコンのログインパスワードと同じなんです。
Just like she said, the password for the encryption was the beginning of Mozart's 11th Piano Sonata. The hard drive was filled with information, from half-written papers to line after line of keywords that she hadn't even turned into ideas yet. Of course, there was the time machine paper too. She'd already given Itaru a copy. Once she got back home, she was going to go over it thoroughly herself.
タイムマシンか。絶対に作ってみせるわ。そして絶対に救ってみせる。私のアマデウスを。
The scenery outside the window began to move. The plane was moving down the runway for takeoff.
さようなら、日本。多分また来ることになるわね。いいえ、絶対にまた来る。その時には会えるのかしらね。法王院京馬さんに。まあ、もしもまだヘタレなままだったとしても、その時は私がひっぱたいて起動させてみせるわ。
She had a lot to do. Her life was about to get very interesting.
いっけない。切るの忘れてた。
And then the plane exploded.
ちょっとだけ。
It's about time for takeoff. You have to turn the phone off during takeoff. But then you can't see this, can you? I should have sent it earlier. It wasn't for a very long time, but I had so much fun with you. Let's see each other again someday, for sure. I'll send lots of rhyme messages, so send me lots back, okay? Alright, later. Bye-bye. See you again, Maho.
またね、萌か。
Yeah, alright. In general, I really like the outline of this chapter, but there was a lot of scenes in this one that sucked a lot as a viewer. The apartment cleaning, the like double, triple fake out with fucking Amadeus and Reyes. Oh, that pissed me off so much. I mean, I guess it had to happen, but I feel like there would have been a better way to write that shit. I understand where it was going and what it wanted to do, but there's some dumb stuff. I like that Moeka got like some character building. That was a good part. Maho, great. But there's some stuff in here that would make me never want to see it ever again. God, he has 3 more lines. Yes, she became relevant for an instant. She was, at best, a post-it note on the plot. But she did something. I can understand that this is pretty early in the story and that like not too much can happen, I guess. This is potentially one of the first branches you can hit. But there's just some really bad fluff parts in this. And I feel like after going through 40 hours of the original Steins Gate and however much time you've invested in this game up to this point, you're probably done with it. It's probably time to ease off on it just a little bit. But yeah, there's some stinky parts in here that I didn't like, but I think it wrapped up pretty well after all the mistakes. I guess. Either way, we've got another plot line that will eventually converge into hopefully what is our final ending. There are 2 more, at least, for us to go through. Actually, no. Wait. I did one of them already. Gehenna Stigma was one of the branches for the other line. So I guess technically there's only one. So, look forward to whatever's left of Steingate. So, thanks for being here, friends. I had fun some of the time tonight. Thank you for being here, and I'll be back soon. I don't know when Steingate will, but we'll see. Bye. Bye, friends. Have a good one. If you enjoyed the stream, you can subscribe. That's a thing you can do. I also have a Patreon, dorb.gg/Patreon. If you want to throw some money at this trash fire that way. The archive, still not updated. Might do it soon? Question mark? I do have all the streams. They're just not up there yet. Unless you wanted to see any of the Arborea streams, I recently just deleted all those. Cause I thought that stream was pretty shit. So that one's gone. And just didn't think it was worth putting up there. Kinda doo-doo. But the other ones, they're in there. digitized and ready for upload. Forgot about Arborea, me too. It got really tedious because of its progression system, and I didn't want to play it anymore. So that's why it's just stopped. So yeah. I might be starting a new game soon. I was thinking about doing Final Fantasy IV. Endwalker ended up getting pushed back 2 more weeks. So I feel like I probably have enough time to finish it now. So that might happen. Shin Megami Tensei 5 is also coming out soon, and my copy got pushed back. So who knows when that will even start, so I've got a lot of free time. But my copy's getting delayed because I got like the premium Amogus bag edition, and they're not shipping it for reason not disclosed. Alan Wake forgot about it. What the hell's that? I don't know. I don't think doing the remaster's worth it. I hate looking at those new faces. I think they've improved a lot of stuff. Like some of the lighting looks really good and the fog looks really good. I've played through a little bit of it just to see if a lot has changed. Nothing significant has, but in general it looks a lot better. But I don't know. I don't think there's any like big improvements. There's 2 new Chilla's art game? What the fuck? How did this sneak by? I just opened Steam and Sex Coin was up. Thank goodness I wasn't on that slide. Let's see, Chilla's art. The radio station. There's that one, and then The Night Way Home. Oh yeah, I looked at this one a while back, and it did not look good. And that one was a skip for me. But then this new one, you get to drive a car. That's pretty fucking sick. You don't get to do that a lot in these games. It looks really janky and shitty. So I think I might play that one. But that's always fun. No, I don't own any Sex Coin, unfortunately. I might invest after the stream. Anyways, bye friends. Have a good one.